Valheim seed generator. The world generator. So, should we do this tonight? Well, let's see. This is a world. I need one that. Oh, this isn't This is generating a seed, a random seed. The game does that. I need a Valheim. I need a world manipulator. Yeah, it's called a Valheim map generator, but all it does is just show you the map. And all of these lame-ass articles like this website called Generator doesn't generate anything. Yeah, ugh. All water world. I want an all ocean world. Google sometimes is the most useless thing, but I suppose it's only searching what's publicly available on the seed list. Let's try Googling something else. Valheim seed, no land. And it's just generic best Valheim seeds. The best Valheim seeds. Valheim seeds and the best worlds we've found. I don't care about these damn articles. I'm gonna use a different search engine. I'm at the point where I'm just gonna go Bing. Something else has to be better than this, right? Bing, outperform Google. Come on. Valheim. Seed, no land. The same crowd. Is this all? Is this it? Where's the wacky world generator Jonathan uses? Map world.generator doesn't give you anything. Map world generators are pre. The bosses are merchants. What is it called? Weirdheim? Weirdheim Valheim. Weirdheim, Jonathan Mayme. Hey, check that out, Jonathan. You're the second list on Google. Fascinating. Very little stuff is that. Make a new world, name this world with the name you keep for your weird. For example, I'm putting your world's weird world. Go into the world at spawn, log out and close the game. Next you need to find the folder Valheim stores. For each world you have, there'll be 2 files. For the example world, John's Weird World, EB and FWL. EB is the file that records where every tree, rock, and stone is in a world, as a player has been to that area in the game. That DB is the world generation and database for all the items. I guess deleting that doesn't work, because it just regens, doesn't it? John's Weird Word FWL is a smaller file, you don't need to open it, but it contains the name of the world and the seed number. If you delete the database file, you're only left with the other one. Find another world in a folder you've explored a lot on. The more areas that have been witnessed your world will have. Make a copy of the DB file. Rename the copy of the DB file. Name. You have a world now you can load in Valheim called John's Weird World. The placement of the model, the known areas will not match underlying biomes. Go on risk. Sorry. Okay, so that method is deleting the DB file. Should we try this then? Using that method, let's go really quickly. Overboard, start, new world, enter name. Seed. No you. Alright. Do I still have the folder up with all the saves in it? I'm torn between keeping streaming and ending stream. There's no evil motive to just streaming nothing's happening in Elder Scrolls, except that I'm not doing it. Like, when I think about it, someone going on there to, like, I watch content in series, YouTube especially, I will go and I'll watch a playlist. When I go and watch the Oni Plays Worms playlist, having an episode where they don't play Worms and instead just have Worms on in the background while they do other things would kind of annoy me, but I do that in every game, so, right? Right? Worlds, here we go. Well balanced, welcome back. Save. Saving. And log out. Start game, overboard. We're gonna die, move to local, move back. I don't have it. Well, it's local. We're gonna die. Right. We're gonna die, back up, back up, back up. Got it. But it's not in my world. It's not here. DBFWL. Alright, move to local. I see. If I want to back up these, I have to keep them in local. It creates the files when you move them. So the backup I made when we started is not a backup. Well. Is it? Yeah, kind of. Kind of. These world names, though. First Valheim server list. them are fine. No crafting, creative, dedicated, all of these are fine. Okay, so now we have the whole folder. Let's back them up properly. So I'm also going to just check, because there are files here called backup. There is the regular world, and then there are backups. Dated backups. Interesting. Let's go to Google Drive. Personal. I don't have my screen share on, do I? Mouse. Crunchy noises. I hate the crunchy noise mouse. Stop. Please. Fuck. Still doing it. Documents, backups, games. Valheim. September 2022. I have to reorder that. It's not month first. And worlds.local. Paste. Replace, yeah, why not? These are the official files after. So, there we go. There's the backup. We're gonna die DB, we're gonna die FWL. I don't need the backup versions anymore though. In most cases they are duplicates. If they have the exact same file size, I'm gonna get rid of the ones that say backup. Because this folder itself is a backup. We don't need a backup of a backup. But only if the file sizes match. Until and it's only 10 megabytes in size. Tiny. You think it's crazy that some game saves these days take up as much space as whole video games did 15, 20 years ago? The dedicated world backup is tiny. What happened to that? Why is the dedicated world backup tiny? What happened to the did the dedicated world die? Oh no. My dedicated server has died, hasn't it? It's 4 megabytes. My dedicated world. My hosted server is dead. I know it. Overboard backup. Yeah, right. So when you go move to cloud and move back, what it seems to do, when you move it back, it does exactly what I was saying before, which is it seems to scroll down with this. When you move back, it seems to create those backup files as opposed to the actual document. Damn. It's doing what I said. Look at that. But I feel like that does explain a little bit. You have to toggle this button back and forth to make the backup on your machine, it seems, still. Which would be why World 1 could be rolled back by 3 weeks, because I think it was 3 weeks prior to the crash that this system was rolled out, wasn't it? After this system was rolled out, everything automatically goes to what you prefer. Move to local, move to cloud. If you don't toggle it back and forth, then it doesn't ever create the duplicate file. Get back to the folder here. So app data, local low, Iron Gate, Valheim. If we go to the uploaded worlds, it's weird. There's backups in here that are larger than the ones that are actually in the game. I don't get it. There's also old files down here too. Right. So, to do this, we're gonna die. To do this, do I absolutely 100% have to move to local? Maybe move to local. Delete the DB. Entirely. Move to cloud. What happens then? Oh, you know what? Let's not move to cloud. Let's just start. Let's load in with no database. Does the game crash? Do we need a database? The game might crash, but we have a backup ourselves. I think it needs a database, so we might have to go in and gut the file. Yeah, we might have to gut the file instead of deleting it out. Or, hey, what if... Let's try this. New document, and it's gonna be .d. Blank text document. What are you gonna do with that? Still crash. Hey, blank text document might have come in clutch. Save the game. Well, looks like it kind of worked. No, not in the slightest. Did it just regenerate the world? Did it just regenerate the world? There's a fair amount of ocean, to be fair. No, there's more land over there. Okay, let's try... Weirdheim relies on you putting database in the file. Refresh. What's the database at now? Database old. Database is 2000 kilobytes. Let's open a text editor. This is a lot of gibberish. Lot of gibberish. Goblin King, over there. I guess. That temple. Start temple. Did I just accidentally discover what the shrine is where you spawn at? Oh, I didn't realize everyone else had left. I'm alone in the Discord. I am gonna lurk in Fluffy Cupcake. And I'm not even gonna mute. Right. So, oh, we have late game food here. Do we still have debug mode, dev commands, god, hog, god, ghost. What? Debug mode, dev commands, false. Dev commands, okay, that stays true. Then we need god, ghost. Okay. Question. No? There, right? Here's all the sunken crypt data. Right off camp. Is that the castles? Swamp ruin. Meteorite. Meteorite. What's meteorite? Crypt 2, Ruin 1, Ruin 2. Blah, blah, blah. Get it. Woodhouse. Here's all the vanilla generation stuff. You've got formatting. Bizarre. Super bizarre formatting. I don't know how in tech what the formatting is to the file. There's a very mid-tier chance you could just copy this and paste it again. What else do we have? Infested tree. Is that the abomination is called an infested tree? Swamp hut. Well, none of these are. Spawn infested tree is not a thing. It's a... So is this actually like a UEFI menu equivalent of the in-game spawn menu? It's not actually giving you access to the engine, but giving you a moderated, controlled access. Infested tree. It doesn't error out. Spawn dog. So even if it's wrong, it doesn't error. Yeah. I realized afterwards who I was thinking of, and it's, yeah. It was one of those things where I saw a name I recognized, and it was during the startup screen, and I typed before I thought that it might not be a good idea. I didn't think it was a bad idea. I was like, oh, I know that name. I think Itchy raided them before, and I remember them during Handsome Thomas, the tank engine. And then the start stream screen went away, and it was something completely different, and I was like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oops. Just a little oops. Okay, but here's what I'm gonna do. Alright, I'm gonna come all the way down here, bottom. Is there anything here that cuts off the file? There's a bunch of null. Mountain cave, null, 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 null. I've not seen that null anywhere else, so I'm going to assume that that is important. As for this, I am going to assume this is all important. We've got separators down here. So we're going to go this point here. Is there anything else? Maybe we should keep a little bit more code. I don't see anything here that tells me what I'm looking at, though. There's definitely stuff that's repeating, but nothing stands out. E-E-E-U? O-E-O-U? I don't know if this is, because this could be XY coordinates. They could be variables that are input. No, because this would be the file that we use to reference the XY coordinates. You wouldn't have this placeholder coordinates to the engine to put, because then you'd end up very likely random generating the file every time. You'd want this file that has all of the spawns to also hold the locations, but that means we need to find a point where the important data stops being important and becomes... So the first attempt, I think is going to be coming down to where we start seeing all of that stuff about buildings. God, yeah. What is the way down? Apparently a little further. There it is. We've got no, SOH, Start Temple. So let's just kill everything below this. I hit end, I apologize.
Hello?
Hello. How are you? Doing okay. I think I'm getting some takeout. I'm trying to convince myself whether or not I want to play ESO again tonight before I go to bed. Kingdoms of... I don't know that one. I heard it released on Steam, actually. I'm tempted to give it a try. It was V, yeah. I've always called her Veggie. I read the name like Veggie, but it's vegetable. But yeah, I realized afterwards when I saw her streaming, I was like, oh, I found you. Had that whole flashback to the thing I'm probably never gonna forget or ever live down in that stream. I might as well just never go in there again, because I'm only ever going to remember myself as the person who screamed handsome squid with the tank engine at a everyone else will forget. I won't. That's the leveling a guild was. Back from the days where it might have been a bit more grindy, wouldn't it? We might need to keep the start temple in. Let's try with just the start temple. I have to remember I can't. Hotkeys in text editors versus my hotkeys in OBS. Who wins? I've heard people say the same about Elder Scrolls, though. You can expand your inventory fairly quickly. Really? What's the expansion count? What do you get? What's the other boss names? I've forgotten. We've got Igathir, Goblin King. What's the tree? Because then we've got all these. Sunken Crypt. If I... Okay. We're going to do something different. Get rid of everything before the spawns, and we'll go start temple down. Does. Okay. So, true neutral. We're making true neutral save here. Delete everything. Click go. The blank text document just got overwritten. The blank text document was renamed to .old, and a new one was put in place that had the right code. So blanking this might end up with the same thing. I might be able to do... Let's try something in a second. If this one may not crash back to desktop because it might just be regenerating the file all over again. If it does that, I'm gonna try taking a file that's really small and putting that as the file overriding. Correct. It's not regenerating the file anymore. So what we're gonna do is... You have the backup, worlds.local. I want dedicated, it's 4.2 kilobytes. Come in here, paste it. We now have dedicated in the actual thing. We're gonna die. .db1. There's all the way down here. We're gonna die, we're gonna die. Oops, can be deleted. Rename this back to the regular. There we go. We now have a brand new file. Split that back over there. Get rid of those. Close that down. We're gonna die. Now has a database file. Let's find out what's in this other file. It's 4 kilobytes. It's 4 kilobytes. There's no way this is a complete world database. Look. We'll slide it in there and we'll find out, shall we? Hello. 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 Oh. 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 What is this map? Well, Weirdheim it is, but unfortunately an ocean planet it is not. You guys full? Yes. So, we made our own Weirdheim world. If you ever have to spawn up here, honestly, I feel like you might have to enable God mode to get down. Do we take damage? This is like such a... Okay, there's no way you do not take damage. At some point you start falling, right? Oh, it's... You... No! Okay, we took 57.9 damage. So that is a lethal fall. Unless you can get onto a tree somehow. Which may be possible, bear in mind. I missed everything. Okay. But... once you get to areas you haven't explored before... What is this? These things are propped up on rocks? The world gen does this. That's so weird. You've obviously got like a little meadows place here. Trees will all start collapsing when I get close to them, so... Stay, nothing else does. Ends up with a very interesting looking world. I do... But yeah, once you get to places you haven't been before, it generates like normal by the looks. This world, the FWL file seems to be the actual terrain, but the DB is everything else. It doesn't cooperate. This map, the terrain is probably the same as what it was when I loaded in before, but we've got mountain stuff here now. Do you think the trees will stop being mountainous if I make them full? Well, I guess these ones stay. Oh no, here we go. This has to catch up. Look at that! Snow melted right off. Nice. Alright, so... how far out? So obviously... the larger the DB file that you copy, the more Weirdheim you get. But we're not looking for Weirdheim, we're looking for Oceanheim. We want a blank ocean world that is nothing but ocean. Has no generation whatsoever. And unfortunately, in my half hour of Googling, I couldn't find a single thing. And the best result we've got so far is Jonathan Raymaker's Weirdheim. And his result was second on the menu. On the Google results. That's right. Either way. It's interesting. Is this where our house in the ocean was? In summer. Here we go. Alright, well, exactly what we're looking for. I don't really know what the next step will be. How do we even get an ocean world then? I might have to postpone this, look into it a little more, and actually make sure that it's something that I can do properly. I know Jonathan Raymaker got a tutorial up on his website. We basically followed the tutorial at Weirdheim. We did. We do have Weirdheim. We have done that much. We followed his tutorial. It works. What I want to do is get water only. Chris, hang on. Chris, you're still at work. You've used the map generator that uploads a photo to make certain biomes. Valheim photo to map. How to mark map? Great. Map markers guide. Okay. Is there a way to get a JPEG of my entire map? Oh, close. Closer. What did you use to get that? To get the photo into the map? How did you manage that? Better continents. Valheim better continents. I can spell. Look. It says continent. What did you see? I don't know. You must be seeing things. Better continents at Valheim. Or the Thunderstore. Thunderstore is what we... RT Modman. Updated 2 months ago. What requires weapon? Fine. Full documentation. Use image files as base height-map layer, detailed height-map layer, and biome-specific height-map layer. That's what we want. We want an ocean-only biome color. Half the rough map file to use. Okay, so this... Thank you very much. You've saved me so much headache, and you answered a question in like 3 seconds that Google couldn't in a half hour. To be fair, I wasn't Googling for a mod. But I was Googling for custom map. Getting nothing. Path to a rough map. Use path. Map. Biome map. Oh. Full path to a biome map. The image requirements for this and format. The file size in bytes is not important. Just the raw source image. Width and height. Set up the biome colors as this or a stored palette fit. Biome colors. Ocean is pure blue. Copy. So, image requirements 4096 by 4096. Configuration manager. What's that one do? (4096) by 4096. Oh. There we go. There we go. Right. Export. What file types do we need? Square. Power of 2. This means valid sizes are 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 5, 12, 124, 24. Less or equal to. I don't need it to be 8K. Oh, let's go. 25%. What kind of dog do you have? What are these formats? PNG, JPEG. PNG. We'll go for PNG is strongly preferred. It doesn't have artifacting. It's not necessary for all images to be the same format of size. You can mix and match. Well, thank you for the compatibility. PNG. And I will need RT Modman. At least open. Where have I put RT Modman? Let's go. Just put it on desktop so I can delete it easier when I see it next. Delete. 24-bit is fine. And close. There! Isn't that a gorgeous map? Do I absolutely need to have a dot in the middle for the spawner? What, before I jump off and get too crazy? Does it automatically put the spawner there on a piece of land? Oh, you know what? Let's find out. We'll keep the program open. I want to have a create new custom map generator. select. We're going to go... I already have this. How do I add it? I already got it installed. Update all? Yes. You know what? I might just copy this and we'll get rid of the mods we don't need. God, I haven't played NoCraft in so long. But, I'm running out of time to go. Well, I can get coffee 24/7. But... Hey! Oh, did that not update? Update all? 100% complete? I feel like this is a lie. Let's have a look. Configuration manager. Mod was created by the Bepinex team. Easy way to configure how a mod works. I don't know what this is doing, but it... Big Luda's died. Sad. Alright, well, let's go back. Settings, profile, change. Oh, how do we... Where are these files located? Data root multi-modern plus. Don't need both of these folders anymore. Heading to bed, Kurt. Well, thank you for stopping by. I will try and get this water world going. I don't know if I'm going to switch to Elder Scrolls. I might set a boat going, go get my food, and hopefully by the time I'm done eating and all of that nonsense, the boat will have flown off the edge and we'll have what else I've sorted. Alright, what are we calling this? What did I call it? Custom map generator. We deleted that one. Don't merge. Delete. Custom map generator. Whereas we risk this being deleted now, don't we? Copy. Browse folder is a button right there. Installed, actually. What did I delete if it wasn't this? What did I delete if it wasn't this? Oh no. Oh no, okay. Add. Epic loot. If I can get this, would be a nice thing to be able to do. We'll get the first one done. Having started the project gives me the motivation to at least try and go finish it later. Uninstall. Fine. I'm gonna go and pick another profile. Copy. Uninstall. Okay. It's because it's updating, isn't it? This. You know what? Disable. Extended item data. Online, we needed, what was it? Map? Better continents? Able to both improve, allows precise control. The mod provides files such as will look the same. There's a debug mode to automatically needs review laptop debug mode. Take two. I need specify buyers, copy link. I need to come back to Valheim. I need Steam browser, please. Set up Glacier. Oh. Oh. Okay, okay. I think I understand. I don't think I understand. I don't think I understand. I need to load up the game to go into the console to type in a command to load a map. But once I'm in the... Okay. I immediately didn't understand. I was like, oh, I need to use the console to load the thing. And then it's like, don't I have to load into the game to use the console? Better continents. Okay, I need to get back. Where is my Steam browser program? This is only very loosely and terribly related to the Valheim category. Right. We have a Steam browser that is staying open. So, quick start. Setup guide. If you want to play what someone else has created, setup guide. Okay. Install Better Continents itself. Install Configuration Manager. Optional but recommended if you want to. This gives you a new UI in-game for change configuration, otherwise you need to edit the text file. Settings. Okay, fine. Let's go back. Installed. Config. We just go back in. That glue actually seems to have died. Right. SK Toolbox give improved console behavior that makes iterating on a new order. Backup your world saves. Have you accessed them to each world should have a FW or DB. Enable the mods. Upload the mod. Upload this mod to the... And this depends on... Hang on. Oh, this is like hosted crap. Oh, okay, gross. Upload the world you want to use. It was created with better continents, perhaps. Oh, possible to on the server. So, good. I don't want to use a server. Stop the server, back up your world save, enable mods. This is my server. The game I'm running is my server. Go to the BepNX plugins directory on your server. Each world should have Windows. This doesn't explain anything. I have a file. I have a picture. What do I do with the picture? What? This doesn't explain anything. This is the end of the document. And it simply says point your server at the world you uploaded. What world did I upload? Where did I put the file? What? This is like step 1, 2, 7, 8, 9 complete. Where's the 6? Where's all the stuff in the middle? This doesn't make sense. Okay, we're assuming that they have not yet explained the picture part. Okay. Let's assume they haven't explained it, and that was just installing the mod. Template. Where's the file directory? Because I didn't see anything in here. This is it. Meta Continents DLL. Icon Manifest. This is it. This is the plugin. This is the mod. The whole mod. Everything is there. This is the readme. I have a picture. I have the mod. And all it says, verbatim, is pointed at the world. Okay? To reset the source? Let's look at this. The rest of the layers are the biomes themselves. Reference images. This is the place for your source images. You should put them here to start with and never modify them. Reference unmodified source directly. So, do I have to set the source myself? Let's assume I have to set the source myself. I am YouTube channel. Okay. Google Drive. Personal. Play. What's the syntax? I recommend you use the template. At water edge, this isn't technically Cutting cliffs, water block. Right. I have to open console. Source. Source is not a recognized command. Do we have... not a recognized command either. Template ended file. Okay. Setup guide. Pulling the mod, nothing else. So far, I had nothing actually tell me once I've got all the pieces how to assemble. Watch an example. Watch an example. Okay. Copy link. The YouTube link. Let's go watch an example. 9-minute example. How did he get the config up? F1 to a config. No. No. Okay, no. It's F1 to open the backend config manager. Oh. Does not work. F1 does not work. We have better continents and the config manager both installed. Okay, step 1 didn't work. The video was just as helpful as the text documentation. General debug mode. You can edit it on the fly? Alright, okay. I didn't think that was gonna work, but apparently yeah, because you load in, you can just edit it on the fly, I guess. So... what's the command he's using? BC. BC. Not valid in the current context. What world did we load, by the way? Better continents disabled for this world. Why? Why is nothing enabled? Nothing is enabled. Control panel isn't enabled. Look. Oh. Go back. Start again. We have all of this crap enabled. Better continents is on. This is on. And config editor. Show advanced, show keybind, show settings, true, show config manager, keyboard, F1. Okay, didn't work. Save. Modded. Where's the worlds.local? I'm gonna get rid of never died. Oh. Ah. Oh. Hey! Look at that, it's there. One step. Better continents. Better continents stop iron map. What's the file code? Mountains allowed at center. Here we go. After the biomap file to use. Description. Okay. Fail if they are not met. Okay. Like the F1. Keeping those files. Right? So new. Config. Name. Water world. Start. That's why it was disabled, because it was a world we already owned. Let's get rid of desktop capture and go back to just the game. Configuration Manager was actually like super important. I don't think that's an optional mod. Without it, how, like, you have to do with the pointers and text file. I get that now, but I mean, it almost feels like there's no way to configure the mod without the Configuration Manager. Or at the very least, you haven't stated how to configure the mod without Configuration Manager. Your example uses Configuration Manager, so I don't think your example is very helpful to people who don't have the optional mod that's recommended. If there is a simple way to point it, I think BC seems to be the command line used when referencing better continents, so it would be BC space source location, I command. But that's not written in the documentation, was my entire gripe. There is no documentation on what the commands actually are. You have no information on how to use the terminal to configure yours mod. It seems like you're relying on the better configuration system, which is fine. Just don't list it as optional. The fact it wasn't working before, just cherry on top for like having no clue what I was expected to do at that point. I'm not actually sure how the game is going to react, mind you. We've fed it the ocean-only biome map. We may just spawn in with the spawn stones a couple of leagues below surface. Having said that, it's an awfully long loading screen. If this crashes, do I even want takeout at this point? Kind of, sort of, not really. I mean, at this point, it's 4 in the morning. We've gave it a solid effort, but I'm gonna have to, if this doesn't work, I think I'm just gonna have to try in my own time to get this working. I don't know if I need to define, I may need to define all of the files. I might have to go in there and actually tell it to generate everything from image files. At the moment, I've only fed it the water map world map, the biome. I haven't given it height map generation, I haven't given it reference images for anything else. Just biome equals water is the entire map. But it may critically error based on the other files missing. If the color scheme is the same for all of the files, I could feed. Oh, I know one of them is fed black and white. I could feed it monochrome, just black files for the rest. Ooh. So excuse me. My ocean biome map is literally meadows. Forest. The biome map was ignored. Why? What do we have? Why? Okay, look, this is still fine. It's more like BC height map. What do we have here? What are the? Can we tap the BC? Info, logs, bosses, show, hide, clouds, maps D, set minimap downscaling factor, update, refresh, despawn everything, reset all, BC, despawn everything, despawn all, save the minimap to a PNG option, default 204, global settings. BCG help. See, this stuff in the command line has more documentation at its disposal than the documentation inside. Argument help is not recognized. You literally said type BCG help. Come on. Global settings. Get more help with BCG help. Okay? SL set sea level adjustment. BCGSL1. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Okay. Chili. What is it? What is it? Chili. To. Go to? To. What's Telly 2 from? 00 would be bottom corner of where the... Oh, word. It's terrifying. We fell through the map. We fell through the map. Where's the world spawn? Back, please. Okay, thank you. Well, I mean, hey! Did you ever want an underwater Valheim experience? Oh, this is fascinating. The biome is ocean. But we're under the ocean. The ocean is so high you can fall out of the ocean onto the land, and it's just all here. There's no biome, just the ocean floor. I did delete all. Okay, hang on. BCG reset. Oh, was it just BC reset? Reset all? Deletes everything that has been built on the map. Reset all. No? No trees? BC. Oh, come back. Come back. Refresh. Reset to vegetation. BC refresh. I don't think we're getting trees back. I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto. What a weird dystopian place. Is this all meadows? Is this everything meadows? No, we have castles. So this is now the point where we're at Black Forest. One-star skeleton down here. A great off over there. A fish! I wanted a fish. They just appear down here. I guess the only thing that isn't sand. Did you find something you could land on finally, Hugin? Oh, dare say, if I walk this way, that you can't spawn anywhere. Is that so? You should be able to land on stuff like this. You know, I never noticed. Log, 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 log. What stone is this that has logs? Better beware the great dwarfs. Apparently Hugin doesn't want to land anywhere that doesn't have a doorway. He only lands on the brown terrain. Coming down, Hugin? Trouble cave. Knock knock! Anyone home? You took a while to spawn in. Set player? Set player? No. Set. No. Set skill. Reset skill. Add status. Skill. Raise skill. Raise skill. Unarmed 100. Have 100 unarmed. Yes. How much do we do with a max level unarmed character? 2 on the left, or 2 on the right, 4 on the left. Ooh, just over. We can hit almost 5 on the right, on the right hook, on the left hook. There eventually. Unarmed really... Unarmed gauntlets might be the only way that unarmed becomes viable in the future, but right. Okay, so let's step back out. What happens now? We plop back down at the bottom of the sea. This thing spawns as well. Ooh, down here. Because the question is... Is there any trees up here? That's the big guy? Oh, well... we've got what we came for, at least. Where's the spawning stones? We'll do a true neutral run. Dead center of the world to the edge. And I don't know I have the patience to do it in a boat. Hang on. Okay. If I do this, does that mean I go get takeout? If I go get takeout, I might need an hour of a raft sailing with wind behind us to do this. Let's go wind. I want 100 and I think I want 90. Wind should go due east and be max speed. Let's try winds 200. Oh, why is that not due east? I think it's close enough. I'll keep it at an off angle. Ah, because that's the angle. Okay, good thing I double checked. So we want winds at 90, and then we'll go just 400. Is there higher than a max speed it can go? Also, oh, I can get up. There we go. I don't know. Is that faster than... Should we only set the wind speed to 100? What's the maximum wind speed? Wind 100... I don't know if going... 500... Let's go 1,000. And let's just type 999, right? 999? Is there faster than max speed wind, or is this it? I don't... Because that's the thing when messing with control consoles, right? If I go spawn deer... This deer? You can spawn a 10 level 10 deer. Thanks, guys. Where do they go? There they go. These guys are not just regular deer. Messing with console commands, you get super deer. Oh, I don't know if the wind... The wind is clearly capable of going faster than max speed. And I say that, it's not max speed, because the edge of the world has wind so fast that you get moved by it. The character model does. We'll just wait here for a little bit for the deer to spawn in all of his level 10 loot, shall we? So it's not silly to assume maybe typing in wind speed 999 might be more than the max speed you get on land. So maybe I play it safe. Oh god. I didn't escape it in time! I didn't escape it in time! Alright, we might be here for a while. I could probably go for an hour break before the game loads back. Or it might just crash. Whoops. I didn't think that through. 10. Honestly, the only good result out of that situation is just to let them roam free at the bottom of the ocean. I don't think spawning in 10 was a good idea. 1 gave us a run for our money. We'll see it through. Try and survive. We've got the audio stutters coming in. The game is looping audio sounds at us now. I'm actually at the point where I don't think I can get takeout anymore. It's like the hour before they reopen for the morning rush again. Alrighty, well... Should I go cook... It's 4:30. I cook breakfast, let alone dinner. We've lost audio. That's actually not good. That might mean the game's about to crash. If you lose audio, I think it actually is Crash Reporter kicking in. Uh-oh. Well, lesson learned. I think if we ever accidentally spawn in 10 level 10 deer again, we'll remember to kill them off one at a time instead of pressing the kill all button and then realizing my mistake immediately after the fact. We have audio back! Okay, crash reporter didn't kick in yet then. What's the big boat called? Because I typed in longboat spawn. Harvey, welcome in. We're waiting for the game to not be dead at the moment. I was gonna get crunchy burger, but then I kept like not wanting to, but wanting to, but not wanting to, but wanting to, but kinda not really wanting to. Got distracted science, and that's basically where we are now. I spent so long trying to figure out if I want to take out coffee and a burger that I ended up waiting until the moment they close. But Army actually kind of being hungry, I don't really have a motivation. Just because I don't want to cook, I don't want to spend an hour in the kitchen frying up I've got a pork cutlet at the moment. It's a pork steakette. Ooh. Am I alive? I just saw that. I don't know if I'm alive. Hello? I saw... Okay, I can see your message popping through. Maybe... I'm gonna open chat. Stream on my phone. I don't know what's going on. Oh! Okay, the audio mixer is back. OBS didn't crash. I don't have much faith for Valheim if OBS is also on the table for crashing at the moment. I've got hiccups. Okay. We just have to wait. So, we killed one of the deer, and it spawned a tower of hide. So tall it rivaled Elder's spawn stone. Then we killed the other 9. So we have 9 times. Let's assume we picked up... Let's assume we picked up 2 stacks. Oh, I'm stuttering again. It's back. I'm paying attention to OBS now, but let's assume we picked up 2 stacks of deer hide from 1 deer. We now have 18 of the deer stacks of hide spawning in. So, there you go. Removed item drops 161. Each deer is spawning in 160-ish items. That's 9 deer. 1,300 items or something, isn't it? Okay. So there's faith. I've spawned in 5,000 coins before and it hasn't crashed, but it did take about 20 minutes. 1,300 deer items, deer drops, isn't the worst. But I genuinely think I might just take a quick break. I don't know how long this is going to take to undo. Did I say Icathea? Oh, no, just a regular deer. I might have said Icathea. Both deer. A regular deer, Icathea. They both take about 10 minutes to kill after you're done chasing the regular ones. Oh. What's the difference? I think I don't want to go get a snack. That's the thing, right? I'm at the point where I should cook something. I should eat a meal. I've had an apple before, and that's worn away, and now I'm actually hungry again. Now is the time to do it. Because even if, you know, I go AFK, even if this thing fixes, at least it'll be ready to go by the time I get back instead of sitting here waiting. We're waiting either way. I might as well put on some funky tunes. Hey? The timer sounds like a brilliant idea. We've already been going for how long? 10 regular deers did this? Well... regular is not the word I would use. They were pretty buff. I don't know if the deers do damage. I would love to try and force a deer to attack. I wonder if I could code in deers to use the AI pattern of Icathea. And if they have their own damage numbers... I don't know, how do you do that? Because they have a stomp and a lightning force push. But they have a headbutt. I want to see a deer attack. Because I think these deers might have one-shot someone in padded armor. Not sure. Can't prove it. You know what we should do, though? I think we should take a neck as equal or as good as a deer. I think we should try and see how much damage a level 10 neck. We used to be able to get to levels, it was level 6, the 5-star core, and the 5-star level 6 death skeeters that you spawned in, I think they did, it was a wide variable, but I think they did between 400 and 600 damage. Before reductions, it seemed. That was with all my armor broke. They would do 400 to 600 with no armor. Theoretically doubling that, assuming that the stars aren't multiplicative. The loot is definitely multiplied. Every star seems to double the loot. So a 2-star is double the loot of a 1-star is double the loot of a no-star. So on and so forth. We spawned in 10 level 10s, which is a 9-star. First deer we killed was 160. It dropped 160 things on the ground between meat, trophies, and hide. There was 160 things that we could pick up. You go from a regular deer. You could probably translate that into actual numbers based on what the deer regularly drops. We've got the game audio going, that's it. Game is bug crashed. That was the end of it. Game bug crashed. When the audio cuts, you can sometimes tell. Before I wasn't sure, this one's definitely bug crash. Ah, well, crash report. Yeah, there's the pop-up. I figured as much. I am so sad it got so far into that process. I have to figure that was right. Well, okay, we did accidentally hit a couple of hotkeys while tabbed into the game. What I should have done as soon as that happened was tab out. I should have tabbed out and kept my focus on OBS instead of Valheim, because then my hotkeys still work. And by pressing hotkeys, I'm not likely sending data to Valheim, which would take an input and input delay as a prompt for a crash report. Especially if it's already hanging because of another process in the end. I think I killed it by using the hotkeys. Is what I'm saying. Very likely true, because it already wasn't responding. If I'd let it did its thing, it may have survived. I think it crashed right as those deer below us were actually going boof and exploding into the loot. To be fair, but I can't tell, because we're in the ocean. Either way, isn't it cool? We have an ocean world. Should I leave it here and do the test another time, or should we actually... What? The sound came back. The sound came back. I can see the crash report program. Sound went away again, but you don't crash and then not crash. If a program has a crash report, it's usually got an exit. It's being told to stop executing any in-engine things. Okay. Did I go on break? I might go on break. At the very least, well, if it crashes here, we'll end. Oh, there we go. Hey, look at that. Hello. There's the map we were using. And it works. To be fair, we know it works now, which is nice. Cool. Everything is so slow now because we probably, not even jokingly, overloaded all of my RAM and CPU cache with that request, that game. Oopsie daisy. Bit of an accident. That's I don't know what you guys see, but I gotta do a couple of bits and pieces here. I'm gonna open stream. I don't actually know what you see. But I am going to have to do a little bit of fixing stuff right now. As I've pushed everything back into low priority memory that wasn't Valheim or OBS. Even Windows Explorer. Here's a test. Marco, am I audible? Even closing programs is taking forever. But it worked, right? Did I save immediately? I think I put the unmodified file into cache. I'll load modded then. I don't know, when you load modded to make the map, can you then load vanilla with the custom map? I'm gonna try. We're gonna find out. I'm postponing. I'm eat when I'm done. That's my new verdict. I'll eat when I'm done. Why is this? Change profile. What's going on? Like you don't have any mods installed? What's going on? I can still hear you. Okay, that was while I was very much alt-tabbed out. R2 Modman, come back. R2 Modman. Wearing a hissy fit. What is my opinions on WRC 10? Was planning still am on. I haven't played it, but have heard things that make me want to buy it. I've played 7, I've played a little bit of 8. I think I own 9, not sure. Played 6. I enjoyed my time with 7. It was a less serious version of Dirt Rally, but also one that was way more fleshed out. Dirt Rally is very serious. It makes you think you're in a life or death situation, as much as modern games dare to. But Dirt Rally is very narrow in scope. It was a very fine-tuned, narrow program. Dirt Rally 2 was just a lame version of Dirt Rally. WRC 7 felt like a complete package, but one that wasn't as serious. I had no qualms with it. 8 was more of the same. It was fine. I've been told 9 and 10 are more of the same, but 10 has way more emphasis on historic, which is honestly part of the reason I want to try it. Alright, Waterworld. We're up. I do like my historic stuff. The 90s and all the niche stuff. 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s are all iconic. It's all of the iconic stuff that I absolutely love. And I heard Dirt Rally 10 was focusing more on that. That's adding to the appeal for me, but I already wasn't upset with the package before. However, if you'd asked me what do I think the package is worth, I think I got Dirt Rally 7, I got WRC 7. Have I been saying that the whole time? Sorry. I got WRC 7 for dirt cheap. A lot of them I pick up on super cheap sales. If I had to put a number, a value to what I think it's worth, I would say the WRC franchise seems to be worth. It's such a complete package. I'm struggling to price it so low. I would say I'd happily, willingly pay somewhere between the $33 to $40 mark for the game. I feel like that's a decent value. And again, US. Probably scrape it down to 30, somewhere between 30 and 40. Seems like a brilliant price. But there's my deterrent, is that it's not 30 to 40. I think near 30 to 40. Last I checked. They're good games, though. It's in that weird situation of consumerism where I don't think any amount of money is objectionable. You buy them at full price, I still think you're getting the same good product. I would still give the same good sales pitch, and I think you've still got the same good software. But without actually having played WRC 10, without knowing what extras you get on top of the game you've already got in the previous entries, it's really hard to say what that extra value is going to be priced at. Of course, you can just flat subtract the price of the extras and all of the bonus content if it's sold wholemeal as DLC. If they wholesale the DLC and the bonuses with the price tag attached, the base game doesn't count to that whatsoever. Well, it's actually not as expensive as I thought. The Championship Deluxe Edition is the price I was thinking. But it's not as bad as I thought. I can complete my WRC collection for almost 90. That's not so bad. Comes with WRC 8, WRC 9, and WRC 10, as well as 10 Arena, Panzerplatte SSS, the Mitsubishi Lancer. Yeah, so there you go. The historic stuff seems to be priced separately, in which case I'm not including that as part of the value you get from the game, because you are literally paying for it as extras. Career starter pack, not negligible if you're actually playing the game. Unless they make you grind, I suppose. The Subaru Impreza 97 is also sold separately. Don't like this. Did they give you any historic with the base game? There's a stage, 2 cars. That better not be it. They talked up so much. 4 new rallies: Estonia, Croatia, Belgium, and Spain. So there's 4 new locations. Historic locations, though, in the base game, including Acropolis, San Remo, Germany, and Argentina. 120 special stages, 52 official teams in the 2021 season, 20 cars from Alpine, Audi, Lancia, Subaru, Ford, Mitsubishi, Toyota, and more. So they may have Alpine and Lancia's historic stuff, to be fair. Maybe. Career mode unanimously hailed as one of the best developed and most complete. Okay, so it looks like they have some historic, but the 2 icons of the 90s, the Lancer Evo 5 and the Impreza, are paywalled. I still think any sale is a bonus, but I still think I would happily pay like $30 to $40 for this game. Having enjoyed the ones in the past, and I do thoroughly focus on career mode, to be fair. What do you want to get out of the game is a different question entirely, I suppose. Because if you're going in it for a competitive edge or leaderboards, I don't actually know that aspect of WRC at all. WRC 7 leaderboards, as far as I can tell, are completely dead. Why not? Hip construction. doesn't appear to have physics, but it does appear to be in the game. Physical force in this area stops me. Ship construction. That's new. Oops. I guess. Accidentally discovering that. So I guess that's the new boat. Doesn't appear to have physics. Let's try this again up here. Uh-oh. I have regrets. I have regrets. I have regrets. Oh no! The poor raft. Are you a real boat now? Are you actually a real boat now? Rudder? You're a semi-functioning boat. Is this the regular longboat? I thought this is the new one. Oh, ship construction might just be a regular boat. Alright, well. Hi! He's fine. Look, he's having fun. The mast in the water. I don't think he's okay. I changed my mind. I don't think he's doing too well. Never seen a boat properly capsize. I'd heard tales about boats capsizing, never seen it. There you go. I learnt my lesson. Apparently, boat construction spawns in a long boat, but on a stool and raises the terrain and meet that quota. Apparently we're going west because we're spawning boats out to the east. So I need another raft. Maybe another carve. So, what's the longboat? Spawn long boat. Hang on. That prompts you need to... Boat. Ship. Ship construction. Trailer ship, Viking ship. There you go. Viking ship. And then this one over here. Spawn trailer ship. That's the broken one. That's what I thought we magically spawned in. No. Although this one does let you see into the ether. Look all the way down there. Oh my word. I can almost attempt to sink the boat. If I can go fast enough here. Scroll. Hang on. Be fast. Be fast. You can almost sink the boat with downward force. You can sail the boat! We don't need paddles. Paddles are for nerds. Let's go a little bit faster. Yeah, we're like properly sunk underwater and the game doesn't care. Maneuver. Okay. Beautiful. Amazing game. Just how the devs intended. And a moment of thought, too. I guess whatever invisibility force field this boat has is the reason you never see water flow into the boat. Because water stops existing through the boat. It's like they deleted the water visual entirely when you look at the boat. The same thing probably does apply here. Look, you can see it through the holes. The same shell is inside of all of these boats. And it's just that. You just haven't replaced the empty shell with the detailed wood. You can see the gaps in there. Show you. I wonder, is it the same from the other side? No. Looking from the outside in, you see water. Looking from the inside out, you don't. A one-way mirror. But I just noticed that. You can see the splash through the wave, but if we go on the other side, you won't see the splash at all. The boat's immune to any water effects whatsoever. The magic being revealed. I've been wondering that for a while too. Both the quirky different colours of the holes you've got here, and the fact that no matter how big the waves get, no matter how much you splash and sputter into the water, no water will ever touch the deck of the ship. Because I thought it was just a blank texture. I was like, oh, they just haven't put anything into the boat yet. I think this blank bit is intentional. I think it's how they hide the water effect, because we're underwater right now. We are quite literally underwater. If you get my head away from the boat, we're underwater. The boat doesn't look it. I think that's intentional to stop water appearing like it gets in the boat. And we can do the same thing here. Let's just take this boat underwater. Are we caught in a bind? Let me grab another one. If we take this guy, see if we can get in just a little bit underneath. Get in properly fit. I think the blank texture thing is an intentional way they're hiding water while you're in the boat. Because I think we're basically underwater here. I've got enough force on my downward flight that I can push the boat under. But you won't ever see it. The boat will never appear underwater, even when it is. Honestly, a nice attention to detail. Can you almost see the raft there? The paddle basically coming up to the back of the boat. But if the water doesn't ever appear when you're looking at the boat. And squish it even, yeah, like you can see the water effect on me. I'm almost completely submerged and the boat never looks it. Because I did. I think that was, I used to think, oh, it's just blank because it's missing a texture. I do still think it's missing textures, clearly. But I don't think the blank part is the missing texture bit itself. I think the blank part is how they've designed boats to never see the water splash appear. Which is interesting. It took me that long to piece it together. But I think that's it. I think the boat being invisible right there is the key to why you never see water splash onto the boat or the boat sink. Either way, we have some sailing to do. Now, we never did decide how the wind was going to work, so I think... 1? What's a wind of 1 look like? Oh no. Do you think the merchant ship has health? What if the merchant ship breaks and tells us what it's made of? So wind 1 seems to be is that? What is that? What are you? Where did you go? No, you can't hide from me. Where did you go? I saw you. Look at you grieving. They got a fish and everything. One of the boats didn't make it. Oh no, this is the bush. What's that? One of the boats didn't make it. Yeah, but it's only that far down. What are these guys grooving to? They're very teethy. I've noticed how teethy they are. Well, I hope you enjoy your fish. I'm gonna go sailing for about 40 minutes, I think. I may actually... For that point, we have one more science to do. Spawn, neck, 1, 11. Hello, Mr. Level 11 neck. Oh, hang on. We didn't see how much damage you did. What's going on? Winds? 100. 0.2. Okay, hang on. Wind 0, 0. I need wind off. Come here. What's gotten you all up? What's your problem? 31.8 on a level... That's a 10-star deer. God, he has some knockback. Hi! Why are they being... I'm back. What? Oh. 34. Where are you going? Oh. Hey. Oh. 32. So, if we take necks at face value to be a direct interpretation of what a deer would do damage-wise, a level 10-star deer would deal somewhere in the vicinity of 30 or less damage. Why are you guys sliding? I don't know if I've set the wind up wrong. I'm going to go the way over here. We're going to go wind 100. And we're going to go just one. Just one. Alright, so that doesn't move me. Wind 100, 999. This doesn't appear to move me either. What is this? There's just ground here. I haven't noticed. Oh, because of the swell, of course. Okay, so wind 100, 0.7. If we're assuming it's a value between 0 and 1, again. It's gonna be awkward if mobs are spawning in. This looks like it's a regular speed. Very fast. We'll try... Okay. Should we go 0.5 and just call it there? Say that's our testing. But that's how we're testing. Wind speed of 0.5. There we go. Next step. Where did I keep live split? Thinking about getting WRC 10 due to the fact that physics and suspension is top of the class. Yeah, all of them are going to say that though. I have genuinely, when it comes to suspension feel on a wheel, the racing wheel, I don't think I've had much surpass a couple of older games. That early one was pretty great. I liked the early one, but I don't think it had super good suspension feel. The suspension didn't really fight you so much as just make the wheel react. One of the few times I really did enjoy how the suspension felt was Project Cars. The thing I thought WRC, the franchise, excelled at was wheel slip when it comes to force feedback. If you're on controller, ignore what I'm saying because it probably does have some super fancy science behind the engine, but as far as what I felt, it didn't seem too super intense. It may well actually be a super good number crunching system, though I wouldn't know. I'm judging it based on the information it gives me back through the wheel as opposed to the actual math. And it didn't seem so focused on the car and the surface as the wheel slip, which was something I thought was actually superb. When I played WRC 7, it was one of the best things, actually, I remember from that franchise, was the fact that if I was too aggressive on the throttle, I would hear, I would see, I would feel the front wheels slip, even on low-powered cars. If I was too aggressive, I wouldn't get the traction. That being said, that was 7. We've had 8, 9, and now 10, so they may well have actually... By that point, you may have some big changes to the back end of the game, and I don't actually know, personally, what the game feels like to give it a recommendation based on that. I'm going purely off of what I have played in the past, and the focus, what I got back from the game, what it told me was important, was wheel slip. I need to edit split. I need a new split. We're going with we don't need that many. We just need it to look kind of okay in OBS. So quarter, halfway, three quarters, 80%. Still works. It's very large, but it still works. I can just go. There we go. Well, tests. We'll go from dead center to the edge of the world, and we'll figure out. What's my hotkeys? Global hotkeys, what are you? Left alt to start is then going to be... So I want to save split as I'm waterfall percent. Save. One does not bear your best. This one did not beat your best. Oh. So that's the chapter. And it splits. What? Did it crash? Get back in there. Get rid of those blank splits. I need more blank things to enter. Clearly. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Top bar, 8 wide. Edit splits. I need to get rid of some. Yeah. Okay. We're about ready to go. I will be christening this trip with me going to make food. So if I miss any of those prompts, it'll be because I'm getting food. But here we go. It begins. There's a high five on the way out. Nice. I have ghosts enabled, right? Yes. It's true, because I don't want to serpent on this. Let's just point the boat in the right way, and then head straight. I don't think this is too fast, is it? We set the wind. Alright, we're gonna head dead for the tree. But I set the wind to 0.5. I feel like 0.5 is a fairly reasonable way to judge top speed, best conditions, nothing in your way, dead line to the edge. Have our answers soon enough? But should I put my AFK screen on? I don't even know if the live split shows up in AFK. It does. Live split is on top of AFK. Are we not heading towards the tree again? Okay. I want to head directly towards the tree. Yeah. Look. We know the answer is, of course, going to be longboat faster. That's not what we're answering here. Longboat faster, yes. What we need to find out is the difference. How much faster? Is it viable to attempt to get and make a longboat in regular survival mode, without glitches, in the amount of time you save using the thing? Current world record uses a raft. I'm trying to find out if that is actually best case scenario situation, to just immediately make a raft, immediately run to the edge. You do get rid of variants. Not all variants, but most. Like, you cut out a lot of things that are variables in the game. The biome variables only matter when you run into a continent. We've got rid of that variable by getting rid of a continent. When it comes to making a carve or a longboat, It's going to come down to the amount of time saved by using a car for a longer. Hence this entire test. With 3 minutes into the trip, we're going to mark the points here. So that's a quarter, officially. I think this grid is going to be halfway. And what's that, 3/4 there. We're not actually halfway. And 1/4. There you go. 1/4, 2/4, 3/4. That look about fair. You know, you're kind of measuring by guesstimates, but that seems about even. So, with 4 minutes in, we're almost a quarter of the way. Bear in mind, the world record's an hour 40, I think. The trip on a raft takes about an hour. At this test. Because if the world record is an hour 40, and we do this trip in 10 minutes on a longboat, you have up to like an hour 20 to go get the materials for a longboat. That's way more doable than it seems, I feel. If you're actually properly in a rush, and you're rolling for good RNG, by starting and deleting on random seeds, then I feel like all you need is a troll to get the fine wood. Oh, okay, we have hazards. I can't straight line it if they spawn directly in front of me, can I? Let's hope they don't. Maybe I'll sit around. This one might be quicker than I was expecting. You have a serpent on the left? Can't tell. Don't think so in hindsight. But... okay. So, it's looking like this might be a 20-minute trip. But, that's, you know, we're almost a quarter of the way there. Assuming we don't hit any giant turtles. Only natural. What happens to you guys if I drop the water level, by the way? But again, we're basically gonna hit the marker. I can't hit my map hotkeys. I can't scroll in and out of the minimap because I'll I'll reset my timer. It's okay. It's been a while in the making. Took us how long to get to this point? We're actually doing a run. There we go. I was a little late on that actually, but round up even to 6 minutes 15 per quarter. 6, 12, 18, 32. You can do the trip in about half hour. You round back down. About half hour. Well, actually, I forgot the time. No, actually, it might be 32 plus, because I rounded up to 6 minutes 15 and then counted up using only the minutes, not the seconds. But still. Let's just say half hour even. Or, you know, you could still round up. Beyond that, 40 minutes. If we can do this in 40 minutes and the raft is sitting at like an hour to an hour 20, then I feel like surely, absolutely, it does not take you an hour if you're properly trying to speedrun materials to get 40 ancient bark, 40 pine wood, and 10 iron. To be fair, the iron is going to be the slowest part, because the iron is going to take Elder, so you need to go collect resources for Elder fight. Then you need to go spawn Elder. Then you need to go fight Elder. Elder then needs you to go get materials. So you need to go fight Elder with a tower shield and a bunch of weapons. Bows and arrows and all that kind of stuff. So if you collect and hoard everything you can reach, I don't know, it because I keep planning it out, and as soon as I start actually planning the prep phase, I remind myself that I don't actually think it's possible. Yeah, troll to get fine wood. You're having a good day with a troll who isn't misbehaving or getting locked behind rocks and trees. 10 minutes. I think 40 fine wood doesn't take too long. You get like 5 per tree. The abomination and the ancient bark I don't actually know much about. And then the longest part of it is going to be 2-factor, I think. You may need a workbench upgrade. You are still going to need the forge at the end of the day. So what's a forge and a forge 1 upgrade? Are there any non-metal upgrades to the forge that we can use? Halfway to the halfway mark. Or it does look like we're gonna be around... Oh, come on, that's not fair. 3. All the time. Well, excuse you. Watch where I'm going, or am I in another one? What on earth is that? Ridiculous. But in an actual run, the wind will change. You'll have to go around continents and land masses. When it comes to the prep work, you may find no peaks for 10 minutes. You may, and again, when you're adding variables, like if we need a forge, we need copper, tin, bronze, that in itself, even if we're getting the bare minimum, does take time. If you're getting iron, you need a swamp. All of these things are specific biome locations, so you need the physical biome. Are you portaling there and back to save time? If so, you need the cores. If you speed run getting cores with a bed outside, just get in, get the cores, get out. You would need 2 and 2 for the portal, and then you would need enough to smelt everything, so another 5 at least. That's 9 cores total, so you're almost doubling the amount of cores needed to get the carve alone if you're going to rely on portals. If you don't rely on portals, you then kind of, ironically, need a boat to move all the metals around unless you're moving the workbench with you and setting up as you go. 11:53 for the halfway point. I was again a little late on that though. They all start adding up. I think even in a perfect run, it's way closer than I want to admit, sadly. I want this to be absolutely blown out of the water. I want to be able to get up on a live split with a proper setup going and genuinely just smash the world record because I put the effort in on land instead of all of the effort on water. Because the current run is immediately make a raft as soon as possible. and get in the water as soon as possible and sail to the edge. I don't know what the max wind speed is, but we've set it to 0.5. This is a completely fixed run, purely to find out what the timing comparison is in a perfect, absolutely no interruption straight line to the end. I don't know if 0.5 is the normal speed you get, but I feel like even if it's slower, that's fine. Going slower than the max speed probably helps with a little bit of averages-wise thing. It doesn't invalidate the results. The tree trunk's getting closer, though. Where's the 3/4 mark? A little ways away yet. You bastard. We still have some hurdles. Thankfully, they're not slowing us down too much. How many turtles is that? We had 5 in one spot. Are we counting that as 1 turtle spawn gone wrong? Or 5 turtles? Just beautiful RNG, I guess. Enough chitin to make a knife for everyone in the Shield Maiden server. Is that the camera so that we can see the edge of the map and the tree? So that the closer we get, the lower that water line is going to get on the screen. Assuming we don't have to dodge any more turtles, which we probably will. The actual run is going to have... Oh, for the love of... I'm going to keep my mouth shut. The actual run is going to have paddling, bad winds, the wind in itself on a... Oh, hey, there's an argument for a raft. If I have to paddle on a longboat, I'm being brought back to the speed of a raft. Basically. Kind of, sort of. A little faster, I think. It neuters my speed. That's the point. Paddling on a raft, I don't think has such a super difference in speed that I think you could just paddle the whole way. I don't even know if putting the sails down merits you a benefit. And I don't know if I have the patience to test whether or not putting the sails down merits a benefit. Ooh. You know what I should do? Does someone want to give me a raft race? That's a good way to test. We don't need to time it and compare differences. I can just invite someone. You can come in here. I'll give you a raft. I'll paddle. You sail. Let's find out who's faster. Doesn't have to be for long. We'll immediately know who's faster. Or, if they're the same speed, we will never make distance off the other person. But there's an easy, simple way to test. 2 people on 2 rafts, 1 paddles, 1 sails, and see who takes the lead. I feel like the inclination is that sailing will be faster. To that degree, you could let paddler go up like a whole second earlier and see if you can catch up, or... It doesn't particularly matter if they're side by side. Raft tandem to the edge of the world, tailing each other. Can you overtake them? But in the longboat, when you have to paddle, it hurts. Having the raft takes away the... Well, I'm assuming, theorizing, that having the raft takes away the variable in speed between paddling and sailing. Whereas the longboat needs tailwind to have an edge over the raft. Which is a fair point to remember as well. If you don't have tailwinds, and you will not always have tailwinds, then you are kind of going to the wind gods, a bit of RNG. on whether or not you make it there. Whereas the raft doesn't seem to have a massive difference either way. Meaning that if you lose wind, you're not technically losing time to your own pets. Well, I'd like to know. I don't know if anyone here is on my friends list who'd like to jump in once I get off the edge of the world. I have stuff. In fact, I think I have unique stuff that I don't want to lose. Maybe I'll turn flying mode on before I go over. Seems like this might even be a sub 30-minute trip. We did the second quarter in 5, so again, this could be my dodgy marking. 6 minutes, 5 30 minutes, and then 6 minutes again. 6, 12, 18... Oh, did I? How did I get 32? 6, 12, 18, 24. No duh, it's probably going to be a sub 30-minute run. I was doubling. 6, 12, 18, 32 was double. It's not even doubling. 6, 12 to 18. That's not double. My brain just took math and then didn't do it. It did do it. But it did 2 separate individual things. Oh, wow. The tree's getting a little closer. The boat's rotated quite a bit too. I think if I get up and hit C, fly, then I won't fall off the edge, but I will. We could even plummet off a little bit, and then I'll hit the Z key. But it seems like it averages 6 minutes a quarter. Which again, if we just take the midline through those averages, we end up at 24 minutes or a 25-minute boat ride. With no continents, with full winds, perfect conditions. So the variability is way higher, and again, especially with a longboat, because you need the wind to get the benefits of its speed, otherwise you are paddling. Anyway. And maybe that's it, maybe that's the whole reason, is because no matter how quickly you can get the longboat, no matter how fast it can go, maybe the raft is faster. Because not having wind is such a detriment to your speed. That in and of itself is the justification for not using it. Did we go worst case scenario? I think, honestly, with these turtles, I'm not actually confident enough to leave the game running like this. I'd have to sit into my own boat, actually hire someone to come in and sail east for a bit. I'm so annoyed I can't use my map hotkeys to zoom out on the minimap. is getting big enough that we can actually see it moving in a 3D plane. Hang on. Does God mode protect you when you fall off the edge of the world? Because we're about to go over. I'll repeat my stuff, basically. There we go. We did it. Finally got to see the edge of the tree. I'll go visit that one. "23 minutes 45 seconds. From center of map to the end of the world." A bit of distance to travel this. Oh, we passed it. I'm about to be eaten by a giant rock. There it is. There's my boats. Hello. Okay. 23:45. I'm going to slow down a little bit. Still need to. You can't hold the mast and push. Right. What about? Here we go. That's rocket-powered rafting. Beautiful. Just need the swell to stop. For now, please, wind, cease. Easy. Look at that. Wind 100 and 0.5. Standard testing applies. Point ourselves in the right direction. I should have tried marking those turtles. We've got the turtle here, but if I mark them properly, I could have actually maybe dodged them away. I do need to go get something to eat. So I think before we set up on the raft, I would take my chances hitting a turtle, and we are going to actually sit here. Hey, can I leave this? What happens if you leave the boat? Does it point straight forward? Right, so we're pointed like that. On this boat here. Let's point it like that. Is one even boat? Can't boat on this one. There's a stool though. This one's still turned? No, that's reset. So then this is pointed dead forward. No alterations left or right. However, because the raft gets pushed around a little bit, we're actually going to go wind 90.5 and go pure east, because I want the raft to be going as best as it can. Now that we know that you can reset the turning angle by leaving the boat, set it over here. Get back on this one. And well, let's just head off. We're not going to be too fussy about this. With a wind speed of 0.5. Off we go. Take 2. Can we beat 23 minutes, 45 seconds, 0.96? The answer is no. But the question is, how much slower are we going to be? Because this genuinely seems to be a quarter of the time, the speed. If it's a quarter the speed, then this has to take 3 times as long, 4 times as long, right? So we end up at an hour. Let's round up to 25 minutes for the longboat. Travel takes 25 minutes. Again, this is like perfect timing. So of course you're going to get variables based on continents, path to the edge of the world, etc. I suppose when you're not heading to a goal, if you're not aiming for a spot on the map like we were with Shield Maidens, then diverting around a continent doesn't matter so long as you're still heading out towards the edge of the map. You can change and go south. You don't have to commit to an eastern bound course. So the continents perhaps don't matter so much as I was thinking. With that in mind, though, there is, in my mind, I'm seeing this in action now. There is no way it is not quicker to go gather the resources and make the boat. In my mind, there is no way. I'm sorry. Whether? Clear thing. Is that other? Weather didn't set power. I've actually forgotten what it is. Set ENV. So it's ENV. Clear. I'm surprised we managed to get a whole sail in today without the weather kicking in. How's that? Complain about the weather often enough, so it's nice to actually notice, even if it is in hindsight, that the weather is kind of acting nice for once. We took the longboat off the edge of the world without any rain or fog. I am not going to be suiciding, but it's the end of the boat. The boat's going off, that's for sure. This is brutal though. We're not even halfway to the first quarter. Well, my guesstimations for where the first quarter is. We're not even halfway, an eighth. We're not even an eighth of the way to the end, and it's already been 4 minutes. Again, we hit first quarter before at 6 minutes. Those times up there are the longboat. The ones we see at the moment are posted by the longboat. 23:45 for a trip to the edge of the world. If you get massively blocked off by continents that don't have rivers or don't have passageways and just keep going and diverting you away from your course, then maybe. Like, imagine if you got all the way out here to where I've marked turtles. If you got that far and you found a continent that just completely stopped you going to the east, massive continent that just squiggled all the way around here and like that. Yeah, that's probably enough to reset a run. But I feel like at this point we're getting down to examples of beings too slow that get to a reset as opposed to something that you would just not do in the first place. I think that the longboat is a viable option, but we do need to actually get a good prep run to make the longboat. We'll have to find out what the likelihood of running into... We need to run into a troll. You probably should find some stamina food so that you can dodge roll. If you have a troll and you can dodge roll, take him out, get some beech trees, and get some fine wood. Once that's done, once you have the fine wood, the only prep you need to do is fight Elder, which you can do in basic troll armor. You'll have one piece of troll armor from the troll you've already got. Finding 2 trolls doesn't seem too bad. And again, if you've got the stamina, you shouldn't be taking damage from him unless you completely miscalculate one of his swings. Troll and troll armor, then all you need is a weapon. Tower shield, wooden tower shield would be fine for Elder. What's that? Oh, I guess. Yeah. Shield says melee, but... if you go bow... what's quicker? I feel like bow and fire might be quicker. Fire arrows, but that's resin. There's no shortage of grey dwarfs, you just have to kill everyone religiously to get all the resin you can. Make all of the fire arrows you can. Maybe take in the tower shield and a knife or something, a spear. Just so that if you run out of arrows, you can finish him off. Once you have a crypt key, you just need to not die in the swamp. If you don't die in the swamp, or if you have backup beds so that you can keep suiciding for materials close by, then that's step 3, is get the iron. The only thing past the collections point, you need a pick. You need a pickaxe to get the iron, so there's an extra step as well. You might need Icathia. Or the forge itself you need for the nails, so you also need the copper and bronze. So there's a little extra step too. I don't know if you need a copper pickaxe for the iron, but you could probably skip Icathia still and go straight to copper pickaxe. Honestly, I do feel like you'd want to mimic the speedruns used in the boss run. All bosses, any percent, has to be the techniques you would have to borrow from. Once you've got Icathia and Elder down, you would stop copying the method.
Hello there!
Hello there! Welcome in, Tazzarello. I always say that backwards, I'm so sorry. How are you doing? Petra! Welcome back in. I'm sciencing out what the fastest boat is. We know it's the longboat, but by how much? I mean, bear in mind, we're about halfway to the quarter mark, and we're almost at the halfway point the longboat was at.
By the way, do you happen to know what the fine is here in Cyrodiil for
criminal scum?
Just asking.
No, but I can tell you what the fine is in the High Isle for assault and battery. About 10 septum. At this point, it's going to take twice as long, if not more. PC Shadow Demon, welcome in. How is everyone going, by the way? If you haven't met Sorello, I've been watching him a little bit lately, but well, got juggling between my sleeping pattern, which is terrible, and getting back into things. A rhythm. It's a good time. Go give him a follow if you haven't met him before. He streams a bit of Valheim. Playing Valheim today. Do you do... Oh, actually, I know you do the Pantless Run with Petra. Is that on Wednesdays or Thursdays? No, if it was Thursdays. Hang on, no. Which Wednesday or which Thursday? Which part of the globe? I think it's Pantless Run Wednesdays, isn't it? Caught that one last week. But I'm terrible for being someone who jumps into a stream and then I'll have food or dinner or something else that I'm doing and the stream does kind of... I lurk. Genuinely lurk. Not like what I used to do is where I would say I'm gonna go for a lurk and then just not shut up and check the text chat for a while. Wednesdays. There you go. Yes? Does that make the correct answer both? But, were you doing anything special today? I'm not fully caught up on what the current runs are. I know Valley Rush, well, last time I was in the loop, Valley Rush was doing a no-craft run. Jonathan Raymaker, I think, is back on a no-craft run recently. I've seen him messing around with the epic loot mod enabled again. Alright, let's put the map back on. Because I need to make sure I don't miss the marker for this. We are at 11 minutes, 12 minutes. We have matched the timer for the halfway point right here. 12 minutes and we're not at the first quarter. But again, the question isn't is it slower, it's by how much. There's a world record raft to the edge of the world that takes an hour 40. You want to know something? Oh, it's Tuesdays for you. That goes in the opposite direction to what I remember. I thought it was the East that was ahead. No. Behind? Yeah, no, because you said behind. No, by this... Hey, the 1Q mark is in view. The minimap picked up the 1Q mark. We have our first turtle as well, right at the same time. Oh, that's throwing me for a loop. Both of your names are basically almost the same color. I feel like there's like a slight shade difference there, but... Started your new Forever World, the old one. You're going to keep test new mods and do a little creative building. Forever World, like just the one you're going to keep going indefinitely, building on and exploring and stuff. Did I say the word chips? Yes, I did. Yeah, I know Australia is ahead. I thought, well, that was my thought. Gone a little bit overboard here. When we ended the Shield Maidens tonight, I dwelled on whether or not I wanted to keep streaming. And I decided if I'm gonna keep streaming after Shield Maiden, it was going to be with a purpose. So, I'd had my head wrapped up in this idea for most of the night prior, which was about racing to the edge of the world. I then looked up the world record. What is the fastest person to reach the edge of the world? Right now, what you're seeing is me removing every variable in the game. I've got rid of continents, so there's no land. I've set the wind speed to 0.5. What else have I done? Is that it? No land, set wind speed. I guess that's it. The only thing we have to dodge at this point are the turtles that spawn in. The whole idea is that I want the least variables possible to try and see the difference in time between a raft and a longboat. And hopefully eventually we'll time a carve at some point too. But the current world record is held by a raft, which has to be wrong. It has to be quicker to make a carve or a longboat and get there twice as fast. So this is me finding out how much time do I have. If I decide to commit to making a carve or a longboat, there's a whole process. I may need Icathea for the pickaxe, it may be quicker that way. If I get Icathea for the pickaxe, I don't need to really prep for that bar getting a weapon. If I need Elder for the key, because we're doing glitchless, then that's another boss fight as well that may require a bow and fire arrows. So there's Icathea and Elder both on the list already. If we want fine wood, before we get to the copper and bronze part of the game, I need a troll to go find wood or rolling logs with. If I want to get ancient bark, skipping the copper bronze grind and not getting the axe, I'll need an abomination. I feel like the troll, getting 40 fine wood with a troll should be something capable. I genuinely think on a good run you could do enough for a longboat in 10 minutes. Immediately jumping into it, going and getting a troll, and then it would take 10 minutes between finding the troll and having 40 fine wood. I think that's good flow, because if you take a troll to get fine wood, you can then kill the troll to get armor to go fight Elder. Take the Elder key into the swamps. You would have to dodge roll around to the abominations. I don't know if abominations to get... It might not be the quickest route to use abominations to get ancient bark. They can do it, but it might not be the fastest. I don't know. It might just be quicker to play it the less variable way, the safe and sturdy way of just getting an axe and doing it yourself. But it does also come down to like how much of a thing do you want to waste time collecting before you put the boat in the water. We, with this turtle, are actually about to pass our first quarter of the map towards the outside, and it's almost... It actually is just about double the time. Oh no, it's double the time it took to get halfway. This is 1/4 as slow as a longboat is. But there you go, there's my theory. If it is 4 times as fast to do this trip in a longboat, can you save enough time on the trip in the longboat in the water to justify not getting a raft? Although, I will admit, something to actually take into account. It's quicker to run on land than it is to sail on a raft. So, technically speaking, raft to the edge of the world, you would be better off running as far to the edge of the world as you could before placing the boat. You would get to the edge of the world quicker on foot. So maybe there's like a mixed bag. Maybe you just sprint to the edge of the world and place the boat down when you get there. You still, of course, need the boat to reach. You would take it with you, break it down, and so on and so forth. The only thing physically getting in your way then would be mountains and plains. Of course, a couple of biomes that you don't really want to step foot on. You could cut time out of what's spent in the water. This test is done from dead center. So we have all of our boats over here at dead center. That's where we're starting from, and that's where we're using as our means of measurement. But it is worth mentioning that you can just run, like, let's say we had a giant continent and the coastline ends, we've got the, oh, hang on, corners here, 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 and we've got a little peninsula down there, and then so on and so forth. Assuming there's not mountains here, it actually might be quicker to run up here and make the boat here before sailing off. It's a very large continent, mind you, but this is all why I'm planning this out, because I'm trying to actually strategize if it's possible or worth making the longboat in the first place to sail off. It's faster, that's what helped you last night. Between that and everyone dying. That was a glorious end, though. The quarter mark is 13 minutes slower. By the time we get to the half... Okay, so... if that's the standard we're setting, 19 minutes per quarter, instead of 6 on the longboat. Is that 20, 40... what's that, an hour 20? An hour 10 we're looking at here on the raft to get to the edge of the world. What I think's going to be interesting to find out is whether or not the carve is actually possible. Possibly going to set much of a gap. It looks like it's iterative. It looks like the raft goes this speed and the carve goes double that. And the longboat seems to go that again. So it doesn't seem like the longboat is twice as fast as the carve, but just double the carve speed. No, not double the carve speed. The time... we've tripled the amount of time it takes. Which means the carve will likely double from a longboat. I forget how math works in reverse, but... still is kind of a question of how you get the dice rolled at you, I think. If you start in a large landmass and you can run a quarter of the way on foot, I've had maps that are almost out to a quarter of the way on foot. Then that's, well, you're cutting... it won't be as fast as a longboat is on water, I don't think, not with full sails. But you're cutting it back from maybe 20 minutes to 15 or 14 on foot. Maybe even a little lower than that. It really, I feel like it's a mix, right? I feel like the variables are so high because when you introduce the longboat and the carve, you also introduce other variables such as the sails affecting your speed more. If you lose wind, you absolutely gutter your speed and lose your advantage over the raft. But with speed, you gain that advantage. It would seem 3 times the amount of speed, or 3 times at least. You've also got the variables. The raft takes the least amount of time on land and reduces the amount of variables spent on land. You don't have to go find a troll and then find some trees and then find enough wood to make a longboat. You just have to go kill a bunch of... What, you punch down a couple of saplings and you kill 10 boar, 20 boar? As far as I'm aware, besides the workbench, that's it. Kill boar. You need deer hide? I forget. We have the recipe. 6 leather scraps. Oh, best case scenario, 6 boar. I think. Wait, do they guarantee? Do they guarantee meat or do they guarantee leather? I think they guarantee meat, don't they? But not leather. The best case scenario is 6 boar. 6 resin is just grade off. 20 wood and a workbench, so 30 wood total, 6 leather, 6 resin, and you get in the border. Carve, on the other hand, requires 80 bronze nails and 30 fine wood. And that's where I'm trying to find out the offset when it takes to sail the raft as opposed to the boat and the carve. $18 nails is... Why do I still keep thinking that's 4 ingots? Isn't it 8? And deer hide doesn't seem too much trouble. I feel like if you're going for the carve, you don't need elder. So I would probably make a spear instead of a bow. You could argue that either way. But I think a spear is quicker and cheaper to get, and you can farm deer immediately with it instead of needing arrows. Bow takes quite a bit of scrap hide as well from memory. Whereas the spear only takes 10 flint, some wood, and I think 2 scrap hide. And of course the big one, you can do the trip. Again, in perfect conditions is what we're emulating here, but you can do the trip in 23 minutes 45. So what we need to do, let's assume that we take an hour 23:45 in the raft. That's an hour's difference. That gives you a whole hour to get all these materials and the materials to make them. So you would need copper, bronze to make a forge. You might need an upgrade to make iron nails. That's not a small effort in and of itself. The forge alone might actually be justification and reason not to do this. But even if iron is out of the question because of the workbench upgrades alone, let alone the fine wood, the ancient bark, and everything else, if you downgrade your metallurgy to bronze, then surely you can still do that. Okay, let's again go with our hypothetical times. The raft is 3 times as slow. Let's say the carve is twice as slow. So it'll take 45 minutes to do it in the carve. That leaves you with almost another 40 minutes, doesn't it? If the raft does it in an hour 20 minus 40 minutes is 40. I think that's right. But I feel like you can get 8 bronze, 20 resin, 10 deer hide, and 30 fine wood in that time. Of course, the fine wood itself is a hurdle, but again, you've got the troll fine wood method. You could also use the troll to farm bronze, copper. You wouldn't need to kill the troll. You could just leave him and run away if you're in that much of a rush. Even if, let's say you go kill Ikathir immediately to get the antler pickaxe. Even if you take the troll out of the equation and you just take a pickaxe to get copper and you do it a bit more old-fashioned way, I still think there's no way this takes a 40-minute to get copper bronze. Copper bronze. To get Bronze Age. The only tool you need, theoretically, if you're forgoing the troll, is an axe, and then the 8 ingots. Well, we're in trouble. Looks like Turbo Central is bigger than I thought. Are there not some more over there? Are they not spawned in yet? There they are. Oh, some of them. I still feel like we're missing some over there. I wonder if Turbo Central is its own biome at this point. We might have genuinely got ourselves landlocked in a bunch of turtles. Uh-oh. Gonna hit one because I didn't turn enough. I escaped that way. So, you guys come here often? Just here for today? Long lost friends catching up? Very talkative? Well, enjoy your seawater. I'll be on my way. The halfway point! I will bear in mind I need to write aim here or aim here because that genuinely is its own turtle continent up here. I think we gotta go below that. Seems to be better than above, but welcome back. We're almost at the halfway point. The old record was 12 minutes. We are currently 8.2. Oh. It's 8 minutes 20 seconds. Over that though. And judging by the track record we have previously, we've got another 4 minutes to go for that gap you see on the minimap up there. 3 minutes now, it's just hit 9. Well, it's about to hit 9, close enough. I'm gonna have to start planning breakfast soon at this rate. Hey Eagle, Petra, you're still up. Just clicked. If you are on the western side of the time zone, then yeah, it'd be like 6:20 in the morning for me. So if you're central or east, then you'd be 8 or 9. Is Eastern 3 hours ahead of Western? I forget. I think there's 3 hours difference between Pacific Standard and the Eastern Standard time zone. Oh. Did you just not sleep? Chicken fried steak for board breakfast. I really would love to get easy made chicken fried steak. Because that is my #1 thing I get for takeout. crunchy deep fried chicken or just shallow fried chicken, but it's all crumbed and... I keep ordering it everywhere I go. I never order beef, always chicken. It's always super crunchy. Whatever I order, it has to be not battered, crumbed. Not grilled, not fried, crumbed. But that's the dilemma. I can't find anywhere that'll give me an easy to make crumbing system that doesn't make an absolute mess. I can crumb chicken. I've crumbed chicken before. I've made my own chicken nuggets. They're nice. Yeah, it's great. It's not worth the mess, though. Genuinely isn't worth the mess. I would rather just go get chicken nuggets from Burger King. Because again, fried chicken is nice. Grilled chicken is okay. But crumbed chicken is king. You cannot beat the crispy fried. Hence my dilemma. I find it impossible to find a worthwhile method for crumbing chicken. My current compromise is just buying pre-crumbed. I go to the freezer section, I buy pre-crumbed, tempura batter even is okay, but I just get stuff out the box. That's my compromise at the moment. I have a couple of things I'm actually looking to try soon, though. I bought a bunch. I went down the, weirdly it was in the international aisle, but I don't know what country it was implied to be from. But it was a bunch of, similar to like a shake and bake mix, or like a oven bag system. It's like a paper sachet filled with all this powder, and I think you're meant to just either throw it in a bag or in a bowl and then just mush the chicken into that. You don't need egg, you don't need flour, you just get this stuff and the chicken, is my understanding. I'm going to give that a try sometime soon when I remember to defrost chicken, if I have any. I don't know if I have any in the freezer at the moment. I've gone for more of a pork selection really, but those pork steakettes actually. I got 2 or 3. I've got one in the fridge. But I'm thinking about whether or not I have 2 spare or 1 spare, but I'll give those paper sachet things a try. But if they fail, I'll be back to square one of still yet actually find a method of crumbing chicken that isn't a pain, a mess, or simply not worth it. It's been my #1 temptation to get fast food, is I want crumbed, crunchy chicken. I want a chicken nugget, or I want southern style chicken. Those are like the 2 big reasons I get takeouts, because I just want the crunchy. I don't have things at home to make crunchy food. And that was my revelation, is like, I don't have things at home to make crunchy food. Not without making a mess, and not a method that's worthwhile. Which brings me to my current compromise. Buy it pre-packaged, call it a day. Put it in the air fryer. Go for 20 minutes. I actually found a brand that wasn't even too pricey, but they do tempura batter, not crumbed. Still what I'm looking for though, you can make a tempura batter crunchy. Nice. I've got tempura chicken nuggets, and there's about 2 servings in the box. If you're going for like a meal of nuggets, right? You just want nuggets? There's 2 servings in the box, and the whole box costs about $3.50. It's a crap load cheaper than fast food and takeout. Absolutely. Chicken nuggets from McDonald's and Burger King, it cost you like 30 cents or more, depending on. I remember the first time I ever actually paid attention chicken nuggets cost per nugget, and it was like, oh my lord, that's a ripoff. It's not even good chicken. It's like a nugget pretending to be chicken, and you're charging me how much per? But I still can't resist. I'll admit my bias. I do like the Burger King nuggets more. To me, McDonald's has always been the place that pretended it was food and you weren't too sure if it actually was or not. I've heard that's very regional though. I just grew up thinking McDonald's was the worst. And apparently other people are telling me that different states, or apparently different states, I've got a lot of people in Chicago that are like, oh, it's great over here. It's awesome. McDonald's is the best. They give you awesome food. And I don't know if that's Stockholm syndromed into thinking it's good. Or if it actually is better over there, because mine is not good. Nearest city I have is even worse. You go to the city one, it's like, you have mice in storage. Why do I smell mice in my burger, McDonald's? It's not good. Okay, to be fair, that was a very seasonal thing, and a lot of places were having trouble with mice, but that's not the point. You shouldn't make... Okay, that just makes it worse. If you're having trouble with mice, and your food smells like mice, that's probably... Yeah, that's probably actually worse off, actually. Okay. We're gonna stop talking about food. I am still hungry. I'm just holding myself hostage with the stream. Because nuggets. Exactly. There it is, right? I don't want to go down to Burger King and buy a $20 nugget meal. That's stupid. I'm not, like... Comparatively, right? That's a meal of nuggets, and it costs you, what, like $15, $20, depending on what size of what sides you get? If I take that same dollar bill, $20 bill, and I go down to the freezer section of my supermarket and I buy all of these terrible tempura battered nuggets from the supermarket, that same $20 will get me almost 10 times as much. $3.50 a box, 2 servings per box. Round that down to almost just under $2 a serving. I think it's like $1.75 it turns out. So there you go. $2 a serving. That's a serving, not a nugget. You can get 10 boxes for $20. 20 servings almost. There's no competition when it comes to price. The only thing it's failing at is delivering on the crunchiness. To try... I know apparently you can try different things in the air fryer that actually make things crunchier. But I think I put canola or vegetable oil in, and that's been it. That's my air fryer done and dusted. I've not really looked much into the different methods you can use. What I do normally do is I'll turn the temperature down and I'll turn the timer up so that I cook it for longer at a lower temp. If they come out still not crunchy, I would then power the temp up and the timer down. Usually what I do is 20 minutes at about 200 Fahrenheit. But do you add 20 and a half? Like 100 and... I've actually just brain farted on the math there. Well, let's just add 20 and a half. And I can't do the math. We'll go with 130. That's what I thought it might sound like. But I put it at super low temperature for a super long time. Then I shake them around after the time is up. And then I jack the temperature up a super high amount. So this is where I'd put it at the regular 400 degrees Fahrenheit. And put it back in for 5 minutes or less. And I super fry the outside of the thing. Which has been a fine method. It works. If the thing isn't cooked in the first 20 minutes anyway, then the last turbo mode, 3-minute, 4-minute push gets it done. But I've not messed past stuff like that. I haven't messed with my air fryer much. I haven't changed the oil from canola to vegetable. I wouldn't mind trying olive. I've got a bit of olive oil spare, but I don't know if that's allowed. The different oils act differently, and I don't know what is and isn't allowed in the air fryer. I'll find the manual and actually give it a look. Because that manual wasn't too bad with my air fryer. It came with all these instructions telling you what to do for what meal. Actually gave you like set things you could try to get outcomes. If you were making this, you could do this method to get the best outcome, and so on. It's like its own little recipe book, but specifically for the air fryer. I'll have to see if I can find it, dig it out. See if I can spot anything, like a big giant red sign that says no olive oil. Don't cook, so maybe this is me being stupid, but I don't understand how you can make so much and you not use deep bowl. Oh, so much mess. It's... With crumbing, it's not about the bowl size. I've got a massive bowl that I usually use, but when you're doing egg flour and breadcrumbs, eventually you just have giant gloves of egg flour and breadcrumbs. Everything you touch, it's covered in egg flour and breadcrumbs. So you can't touch anything. So you have to go through, cut up an entire chicken breast or thigh into tiny little nugget-sized pieces, egg them, bread them, crumb them, and then repeat. Egg, bread, crumb, next piece, egg, bread, crumb, next piece, egg, bread, crumb. Until you eventually run out of chicken, or your hands get so caked in egg, bread, crumb that you can't feel anything and drop a piece of chicken on the ground or something. If it weren't for the egg bread crumb, egg flour crumb, bread crumb, bread and crumb, flour and crumb. My English is terrible, I'm sorry. But if it weren't for the egg part of the mix, if it weren't just a little bit of flour and a lot of breadcrumbs, then yeah, you could throw a whole lot of chicken in that bag and you could shake it as much as you wanted and then fry it and you would be set. Shallow fry in butter even. Shallow fry in olive oil, doesn't matter. But it doesn't super stick if the chicken isn't like sticky. It's just why you need the egg. Egg, bread, and crumb. I think that question makes the best crumb chicken. But it is the worst method. I loathe egg, bread, crumb. It's probably why the parents had us make it so much when we were younger. They were like, well, you want chicken nuggets for dinner? You better make the damn things, because we're not doing that. When you eat cheeseburger, your stomach hurt, but when you eat from a McDonald's, you feel nothing. Doesn't sound like a positive thing for the regular cheeseburger. Oh, do you mean Big Mac? Oh, hey, I will say though, I did find one thing from McDonald's that's actually worth buying. My personal recommendation. I found out it's either very good imitation, or actually real banana bread. Blew my mind. I even did a direct comparison. I went to like several places and I got each of them selection of banana bread. $2 a bloody slice is not what I would normally call a good deal, but I'll get back to never, hopefully. Point being, I spent a bunch of money collecting different samples of banana bread. I found gas station banana bread. Not surprisingly, that one was the worst, but I went and got McDonald's banana bread. I went and got, it's like a small cafe that has stuff, but it's like one of those ones that's questionable. You don't know if they ordered the cake in and put it on the shelf, or if it's like the supermarket stuff. But the thing that took me by absolute surprise was that toasted banana bread from McDonald's actually had the right texture. It was properly toasted, and it tasted way better than the rest. It wasn't overly sweet. It wasn't like they just piled it with sugars to make it a feel-good chocolate moment. No, it was actually really nice. It took me by surprise that the best item that I've found to date on the McCafe menu, or the McDonald's menu, is the banana bread. Every other item I used to recommend has been deleted off the menu. I was actually talking with Celestial the other day. We were wandering around Elder Scrolls looking for sky shards, and I mentioned one of the menu items that popped up out of nowhere and disappeared within the year was these, it's like fries that have sauces and toppings on them. And one of the ones I used to always get, and I absolutely loved, was truffle and parmesan, I think is what it was. Truffle parmesan, it was truffle cheese and parmesan on fries, and it was amazing. Again, took me by surprise. McDonald's giving you good food. Lord knows if it, you know, whatever goes into the make the food. I wasn't asking that question. I was simply going yum and buying, and it was amazingly tasty. Absolutely beautiful flavor combination. He said, well, I was speaking with Celestial, the point of this story, that she said they still do it over there. Why not here? Why can't I get truffle and truffle sauce and parmesan cheese fries? That's so nice. Took them off the menu. They had another chicken burger on there, which was like a chicken bacon deluxe thingy, which I used to order religiously as well. It was super nice. Again, crunchy chicken seems to be my bias. Took that off the menu. And the last thing on the menu I ever ordered, the final item that they sent to the grave that I loved, was this spinach and feta breakfast roll. It was a breakfast wrapper and had spinach, feta, and a couple of other things in there as well. Absolutely amazing. It didn't have ketchup, it didn't have barbecue sauce, it was just its own nice little package. Yeah, heaven forbid, I took that off the menu too. So I was left with nothing. Recently discovering banana bread as the one redeeming factor, so there you go. It's not a complete write-off anymore, you can get good banana bread. Part of a blog called Board Eats, where I just tell everyone not to get takeout unless it's banana bread or crunchy chicken. And you know what's worth mentioning? We haven't seen a serpent at all today since we were doing these runs to the edge of the world. Not a single serpent. And we're almost at the 3/4 mark. We're 3/4 of the way there. Almost. Almost 3/4 of the way there. And it's been an hour.
Drink only water and milk. Else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim.
I am so ready for this to be over, but I'm also just so much more convinced there is no reasonable, logical way that the raft is faster than the scarb is, or the longboat. Again, the longboat, I actually think, is a really good argument for the variables on land to actually take way longer than an hour. Physical traveling takes time too, and you have to take that into account. The longboat does need you to physically travel to different biomes. You're not going to be relying on portals, likely. So let's be stupidly pessimistic and say you take 10 minutes to travel there and 10 minutes to travel back. If it takes you 10 minutes to find a troll, 10 minutes to get fine wood, and 10 minutes to get back, there's half an hour gone out of your hour bonus you get from making a longboat. Now that same rule applies to the carve, and the carve isn't going to have as much as a bonus either. You then need to go get forge, which means pickaxe, which means Icathia. That in and of itself isn't a massive hurdle. Icathia can apparently, the world record for Icathia is something like 19 seconds on New Game Plus. I think it's 4 minutes on a regular save with a new character and a new world. But, carve. Let's say a carve can do this in half the amount of time. Twice as long as what it takes a longboat, and twice as fast as what it takes a raft. That means we're going to be cutting an hour 20 down to 40 minutes. I still think, okay, let's go pessimistically again. 10 minutes there to find a troll, 10 minutes to get the fine wood, then 10 minutes to walk back. That's half an hour. Then you start the copper grind. Maybe the raft really is the fastest. I don't want to. Don't say it's true. The raft can't be the fastest boat to the edge of the world. We're going to clock in an hour 20 in a perfect scenario. Honestly, that actually does give me a bit of leeway to figure out whether or not it actually is viable. I think the world record is an hour 40. If it takes an hour 20 by direct line to the edge, with sails all the way, minimal interruptions, no serpents, perfect weather. If the best case scenario was an hour 20, and the best run in the world so far is an hour 40, that means that guys spent up to, not likely because he still has to dodge continents, but up to 20 minutes getting the materials. If that's the baseline, 20 minutes of prep work, plus the gap in the time it takes to sail, we're looking at what might actually be ending up almost an hour and a half difference between this and longboat. That doesn't sound right. Be like an hour, 20 minutes plus an hour. How does that work out? No, that's the difference, right? Adding on the time it takes to craft. You would have that time. Would you? I don't know. Why is my brain struggling so much with maths tonight? How does that work? If it takes 23 minutes 45 in the longboat, if it takes an hour 20... Oh shit, we passed the marker. Sorry, I missed that. Oops. 6 minutes a quarter in the longboat, and it's taking us about 12 when you don't forget. About 12 minutes a quarter in the raft. Oh, that's plus. I'm sorry. That's plus 12. So that's 18 minutes per quarter in the raft. No way. I'm trying to still get so caught up on the math because I feel like I'm doing the math wrong and practically there's no chance, but I don't want to believe it. This is gonna be what I lose myself in for the next week, isn't it? Elder Scrolls Online Plus membership just renewed and I'm gonna spend the next fortnight just speedrunning boats to the edge of the world. We're looking to clock in an hour 20 though. We just hit 60 minutes. So, alright, if it takes 18 minutes between quarters, and we just hit 60 minutes, let's say we have 12 left. So we're doing this in an hour 15, roughly. Versus the longboat's 23:45 that we've set. So there's 50 minutes difference. We then generously take the difference between our speed in a raft and the world record to the edge speed. There's another 20 minutes difference. We can add on to the start of the craft. So that's where the math goes wrong. If it's an hour quicker in the longboat from center to edge of the world, wouldn't that make the world record something like, theoretically, adding on the 20 minutes prep time? That's not going to work properly practically, but taking prep time for the raft and the sail time for the longboat, you would be able to do it in 40 minutes. Which is a whole hour, well, yeah, that's just an hour less. That's simple math. My brain is not doing simple math properly. It's taking numbers and shuffling backwards and solving it through a mirror at this point. I should stop with the math. I think I've fried my brain overthinking this whole thing too much. And we've completely devolved from strategizing to just actually taking raw numbers of fastest route. Fastest time comparison. Desirello off to sleep. Sorry I didn't catch that sooner, but good night. Hope you get a good night's rest. Speaking of sleep, I am wired because I am so focused on trying to figure this out. But at the same time, I can feel like some part of my brain that does math and literature has shut down. I'm no longer able to focus on words properly. Can't get numbers wrapped in my head right anymore. At this point, I think I just need to let this cruise out, sail the boat off the edge, and I think that's where I'm gonna call it. Food or not, I don't think I can keep going for another trip. What I do want to test at another date, I need to race someone. I want to get 2 rafts side by side. Someone is going to paddle, someone is going to sail, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to set the wind to 0.5 in a specific direction, and we're going to see who wins. May need volunteers, but I can go scouting for that later. Rosemary and pumpkin fries are top tier. You know what's absolutely strange? I think the easiest and simplest thing I can cook at home that has a crunch to it is actually just a plain potato fry. But here's the weird thing. We don't season them. When I cook fries at home, I don't even add salt. It is just fried potato. Job done. You fried it, complete. Recipe finished. But I like that. I don't know why, but salt, no seasoning fries, for some reason, are so nice. I've been meaning to grab, there was a restaurant in town that used to have chicken salt on their fries. I don't know what it was, but that's what they called it. You would order fries with chicken salt. I don't think it's made from chickens, but I didn't dare ask. Point being, I recently found out that it is stuck in one of the super secret corners of the supermarket. It has it on a low shelf, with all the other soups in packets instead of sachets. Or soup in a cube. That's one I saw down there too. We're meaning to try it. Because I normally don't season my fries, I could do a direct comparison between seasonless and with this fancy salt. I don't even know, what sort of salt would you use? Just any salt? Pink Himalayan? Cooking salt? Freshly ground? Table salt? I never salted my fries at home, so like, kind of a genuine question, like how do you salt fries normally? I'm not bothered. But mustard and rosemary, also not something that... I will say, I've had potato gem cube stuff. There was a recipe my parents used to make when we went camping, like proper camping. We would have, what we affectionately called cat food, and potato gems. Cat food was corned beef battered and fried, but it looked like cat food, and my sister reminded us as much every time we ate it. Why are we eating cat food? It looks like cat food. It's gross. And eventually we just started calling it cat food to annoy her back. It was like, oh, it's not cat food. You said it wasn't cat food. Point being, the name stuck. She grew up and started going along with it anyway. Of course, I was older, so I was like, yeah, it's cat food. Rubbing it in like, oh, of course it is. You're eating cat food? Ew. But the potato gems were small bits of potato, lightly boiled, drained, and then fried. For the fry, it would be fried in shallow fry in butter. So they were cooked in butter, still golden crispy. We would add herbs, and I forget what it was, but I think one of them was parmesan. I don't think we did rosemary. Probably the closest I've ever had the homemade seasoned fries. Almost no one I knew before I got lard from the butcher made them. Well, that's not true, actually. Still not homemade, but my parents used to buy it out of the freezer section at the supermarket. Steak cart, crinkle cart, all sorts of things they'd get. Even if your math is wrong, no one will notice because most people hate math. Especially me tonight. Here we go! We're about to clock in at edge percent. Forgot what the actual world record category is, but we're not technically competing tonight. Chicken soup flavoring like from Lipton's added to fries. I feel like that's a typo from Lipton's. Lipton's don't make soup, do they? But maybe that's it. Maybe it is just like a kind of powdery, soupy stuff. And just sprinkle it over the fries. All I know is that when we used to buy them, it was always bright orange, whatever the salt was they were putting on it. That's why we didn't ask what made it, because we were worried it might have been chicken feet. Put a lot of salt in everything or it'll not taste good. I'm fine with salt normally. I salt my steaks, I salt my mashed potato. Boiled potatoes always have to go with salt in the water. Usually it's fine, but specifically with fries, I didn't. And I don't know why, but it stuck, and I really liked it. Canned ham is actually the same as cheese. People flinch when you ask if they want head cheese. Don't make me Google something I might regret. What on earth is head cheese? Sounds terrible. Am I gonna flinch if I Google this? And am I gonna regret Googling this normally? Oh! I know that. That's just potted brawn. Yeah, that kind of is just spam, isn't it? Potted brawn. To my knowledge, well, I suppose this is going to be regional. Potted brawn that I get from my butcher has beef. It's potted brawn with beef ham and fats. Spam, as far as I know, spam doesn't have beef on the menu, but it's spam. How would you tell? No, actually, I get potted brawn all the time. Or, in this case, head cheese. It looks fairly similar. There may be differences in tiny ingredients, but brawn cut from cold-cut terrine or meat jelly that originated in Europe. There you go. No, it's really nice. Genuinely, it's actually really nice. I think it's probably a party food more than an actual food. I wouldn't know how to prep it normally. But if you go to a party and you have snacks and dips and, you know, table things you can pick up and nibble as you walk around the house, then that's where I would put it naturally, because I don't really know what else you would do with a potted brawn, traditionally, cooking-wise. But if you cut it up into tiny little cubes, or you just leave it there with a knife and people carve at it and mix it with their whatever they're eating, meats or cheeses and stuff. But I took it actually to the Christmas party I went to last year at family, and that and white pudding flew off the countertop. I brought 2 packets of white pudding because I thought we might need a spare eventually after people stopped being scared of eating it. No, the first tube of white pudding was gone before the plate reached the table. I am not kidding. Someone went around, offered someone a piece of everything. White pudding was gone. It didn't make it to the table, so I immediately had to get out the second tube and prep it. Which was surprising. I was surprised, because I was very blunt. I said this is white pudding, pork fats and filling. And people just... they couldn't get enough, apparently. I went home with no white pudding for myself. Very sad day. That's because that stuff isn't super cheap. One of those tubes goes for about $4. It's like not a small tube, right? I was expecting one of those tubes of white pudding to last the party. I brought the second as a spare just in case, and the just in case ended up being not enough. Here we go! I wasn't too far off of an hour 15 estimate. I was guessing an hour 20 originally, but it can't even go off the edge of the world fast enough. Look at this, it's still going at a snail's pace. Is this because the wind doesn't pick up if it's set? Let's reset the wind. Does it get faster if we reset wind? Nope. No, it really doesn't. Okay, a little bit. It took a while, but it kind of got faster. Oh, come on. Well, there you go. There's the timer at least. Can you go off the edge, please? There you go. Ready to get to see it. Well, apparently 0.5 is slower than high speed. The swell wasn't this big before. I don't actually know. We've lost our debuff now. Go to 1010? Or is it -10, -10? I think we're going to be further away from the spawn. Actually, can't tell. As far as I know, we didn't go over the cool barrier either. Hello, everyone. Well, there you go. 23:45. in the longboat. 1 hour 13:39 in the raft. Perfect line of sight. The only thing in your way were turtles, no continents, and a set standard wind speed with both tests. There is 50 minutes difference. You can possibly, if you make... That's the thing, right? You have 50 minutes, quote-unquote, to waste before you're slower in a straight line race. If you take 50 minutes to make the longboat and you place it in the water on the 50-minute mark in a straight line race with set wind speed, you should make it there at the same time as the raft. That's what the math says to me, but don't trust my math. I don't at the moment. It seems scuffed tonight. That being said, 50 minutes to make a forge upgrade, and iron, go find wood hunting with a troll, and go ancient bark hunting with an abomination. On top of that, needing Icathea down, because you have to go get the key to get into the crypt. I think we can safely rule out ever doing the longboat in 50 minutes. There is no way we do the longboat in 50 minutes. What I'm probably going to do off stream is go and watch the world record and find out how long he takes to get the raft in the water and how far he runs before he places it down. Whether or not he jumps islands, packs up and moves across the island. What his strategies actually are for his run. Assuming his run has already gone through a lot of the problem solving we're trying to do now from scratch. I think it's safe to say a carve might be okay, but a carve is going to do it in about 40, maybe 35, 36 minutes by the judging from the timing we've got today. If that's the case, you still get what, like 30, 40 minutes spare to make a carve? A carve doesn't need the forge upgrade. A carve just needs the forge. So if you can make a workbench, a smelter, and a forge next to right where you're mining the copper out, of course you need the SAILIN cores when you're doing any kind of metalworking too, but you only need 5. If you high roll a crypt and get 5 in the same crypt, you're set. I still think this is possible, but we're going to have to do a bit of practice. I don't know if I'm going to be doing a run in a carve, but I think a carve can beat a raft, and I think the benefits outweigh the time spent making it. But that is basically hypothesis in summary. Hypothesis, faster boat better. Particularly might prove me wrong, but let's try and find out, shall we? What if more than one person make the boat? You'd be disqualified from the run. As far as I know, there's no multiplayer category under the Edge of the World run at the moment. I'll double check just to make sure. If there is a multiplayer category, then... Where did I put my category extensions for Valheim? Let's get Steam Overlay up. There you are, Steam Overlay. That is Discord, not Steam. There is Steam. So, right here, we've got the Valheim category extensions section. We're doing Edge of the World, new game, random seed. The record is 1 hour 20. How long did we take? 1 hour 13? That takes the crafting down from 20 minutes to like 6. This is his run. Hour 20 was his real world time entry, and we were going to check actually about players. Don't think players any? Maybe there is a section where you can enter multiple people into the run. Game rules. Full unedited. New character unless new game plus. Skipping the intro is allowed. Run must be on the current live patch. Use of multiple seeds inside one run is banned. Not use cheats or console commands. In-game chat such as /kill me though is allowed. Disconnecting and reconnecting is allowed. And not use external tools to modify your save. Viewing seed generator and random seed runs will result in a permanent ban. That's harsh. It's harsh. Really? Permanently banned for looking up your seed that you roll in a seed generator. I mean, I get it, but permanent ban. That's harsh. That initially starts at first input of the starting game save. Game reload times are not counted, so teleporting bonus. There you go. Teleporting if you can get speedrun to read your RAM. Loading times don't count. Or is that reload as opposed to load? So you can save, quit, and then reload. They've said that there. Disconnecting and reconnecting is allowed. So well, unedited, but I guess you can close the game and reopen it later. Once reloaded, your timer should resume when the world fade-in begins. Save times should be included by the timer or will be removed from the final time. Other load times are counted. Damn, portals not buffed. Portals suck. Jump off the edge of the world as fast as possible. The timer starts when you start moving. The timer ends when you die by falling off the world. New game file, new character must be shown in video. You aren't allowed to set a custom seed before making world, neither use randomly generated. Set seed, of course, being the other category with no runs. New game plus to edge of the world is done in half hour. And I imagine this is the one that does the... This is the one that probably enters with the longboat. There you go, right there. Edge of the world percent, new game plus with random seed generation. So you would put stuff on your character, load into a new world with a character. So let's actually double check. What's the new game plus rules? New game plus doesn't have custom rules. Jump off the edge of the world as fast as possible. Timer starts in the new game file and new character. And new game plus have new rules. Set seed, new game plus. Here you go. Right. New game plus means new game plus, which means any character can be taken in with any skill levels 100 max. Any items that can be normally found in-game can be taken into the run. No items that can only be gained from cheats. You can use cheats in a different world before the run to set up your character with skills and items and upgrades so that you can do more runs so long as you aren't using cheat. Do not do things... Do things not possible without cheat and you don't use cheats too. That's comma, okay. So long as you aren't using cheats, comma, do things not possible without cheats, comma, and you don't use cheats during the run. So you can give yourself any skill, you can give yourself any number, well. But can you modify attributes? Can you give yourself like 1,000 stamina in this? Probably not. That would count as things not possible without cheats. You're allowed to set a custom seed before making your world in Set Seed New Game Plus, but the New Game Plus, this section here, you can bring in a character with any materials set and ready to go. The world record for New Game Plus random seed is 34 minutes and 5 seconds. What I'm looking at is New Game Random Seed, which is an hour 20. If there's 50 minutes difference between the longboat and the raft, then we can just... yeah, That's basically where I'm at. We know the raw time difference between the boats. We can infer the difference of the carve, even though we haven't tested it. And you are right, to be fair, there is a section called players, plural. Find out. Is it a, might be an artifact? Okay. Players null. So, Edge of the World % doesn't seem to let you submit multiplayer runs. Emulators are banned. Why would you need to emulate? This forum has some weird rules. Before your run appears on the leaderboard, it will be submitted for verification by the moderators. Run approval takes 1 to 3 weeks. You'll be notified shortly. There you go then. So, new game Random Seed doesn't have an option here for multiple players, sadly. Looks like it's a solo only run. I think oh, weird. The mountain disappeared. The mountain subsided to make way for the spawn stones. Speaking of which, how are you doing? Bone Master's seen better days. Your Bone Master. Yagluth has seen better days. What do they think Ikathir is? That's right. I found Ikathir. Borestone. There's something else I wanted to look at. Oh, there's so many pigs. Why so many pigs? So many. What happens if I unghost? Do you gonna... Hey. You're not all... magically, Right, hang on. Let's ghost again. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, no. He's fine. He's okay. Okay. That's it for me. We've done enough math, we've done enough braining, we've done enough thinking. I need to probably do a practical one to smell whether... Oh, no, never mind. The mountain came back that I spawned in before. I think I might just need to do a practical one. He's gonna get me killed if I log in here. Yeah. I'm gonna get myself killed if I log in there. Still unstoppable drop. Oh, never mind. Alright. Is what it is. We'll find out what happens when we... Honestly, I might not, because I might spawn in and be zipped back to the ocean floor. Not actually sure. not sure if we're going to attempt a run in this. I will probably have to figure out some stuff with the strategy on land. Seems like the strategy for the world record and for the people on the leaderboard so far has been to entirely skip the land strategy altogether. But the question is whether or not it might be possible to time save by getting a better boat. And whether or not that time save can be offset by the time taken to get the better boat. I don't think it looks like world record takes about 6 minutes to get in the water. Judging by the time he takes. By the time I know it takes to sail to the edge of the map, it looks like he does the boat in the water by 6 minutes. So... trying to think too. We still need fine wood, but we don't want to make an axe. We still need a forge. We definitely don't want to dilly-dally around with that. So we need to go find a troll. We do need to get fine wood. Then we do need to go get a copper node and tin and smelt it. But we can sail twice as fast with wind behind us with our test today. I think it's possible. I think the reason people haven't done it is because it's high variance and requires you to restart if you get bad wind. Probably requires you to restart if you can't get a troll or can't get the materials quick enough. There's a lot of new variables that are added. With the raft, I think you need 6 scrap leather and 10 wood and a workbench. 20 wood and a workbench, so that's 30 wood total and 6 scrap, isn't it? Which means, yeah, you can do that easily in a couple of minutes if you're really powering through. Maybe a little quicker, depending on whether or not you get an axe or not. Hence why I want to go watch how he deals with the first 6 minutes in the world record, and we'll figure out how he goes. Because the quicker you get in the water, the only variables you have to worry about then being serpents, I guess. That's a hard reset in a raft. Continents being so massive that they generally add minutes, if not almost 10s or 20s of minutes to your time. And well, with a raft, the wind isn't a variable so much. We'll figure that out later too. I want to race someone paddling in a raft versus them sailing in a raft with the same parameters we used today. We'll see who actually takes off first. But so there's another variable removed. Paddling may not be such a negative, whereas if you're in a carve or a longboat, paddling is a massive negative. It brings you back to even footing, and I think it's all of these variables are the reason why people haven't done it. But I still feel like I can get a foot in. We just need a good map on a random seed, and that's going to be the catch. Is we're just going to be rolling seeds until we get good maps. We're not allowed to use dev commands, obviously. We're not allowed to do any of this stuff. It is a regular game of Valheim. How quickly can we get to the edge of the world in a carve? This is my first test. I think the longboat's out of the question. Forge upgrade. The forge upgrade alone, I think, is the thing that kills the longboat. Sorry. The iron. You know what? Actually... look. So everyone say hello to our little piggies. Got a workbench. Got like that. A forge. Where's the forge? Break that. So now, the materials to make. Needs a roof. the roof. The fire, they don't like fire. We get off the end screen, we're doing a little bit more. So, obviously, do we need debug mode off? No placement cost false. There we go. Gets rid of all the food. So, right now, nails. Bronze nails 20 per ingot. Bronze iron nails 10 per ingot. At least that's why I thought it was 20 per ingot. Bronze nails do that. Per carve, that means we need 4 bronze. The iron, they're no difference. Right now, is there no difference? Okay, we have no workbench upgrades. Let's spawn in. And bronze, 10 iron. Do you not need a workbench upgrade? Because that actually might bring the longboat back into the question. I don't have the build thing enabled. I can't build anything here. I can only build what I have the materials on me for. Surely, if it needed a workbench upgrade, we would still see that here. Let's actually have a look. Hang on. Let's go down to Drake helmet. Is there no... Why is there no crafting requirement? 3. It's in the recipe. There you go. Drake helmet requires 1. So, iron nails require 1. You can make iron nails without a workbench upgrade. That means the only materials you need to make the nails are the forge. That genuinely does bring it back into the possibilities. Because the time save if you have tailwind so phenomenal with the longboat. Takes you 1/3 of the time. If not almost a quarter, I forget. But again, there's other things that get added by doing iron. Iron requires a key, iron requires a pick, maybe, I think, let's make the deer pick. Right. And we don't want scrap iron, we want... I need to see the text better than that. Spawn iron pile. Scrap iron, iron scrap. Sludge. What's the biome called? Swamp. Tree. Treasure chest. Log. Tree stub. Evil heart. Just spawn swamp, apparently. Or is that... Hang on, no, that's treasure chest _ swamp. Never mind. Spawn swamp pile, bone fragments. Mass AoE, throw a projectile. Bone pile spawner. What's it called? The muddy scrap. Mud pile? Beacon? Mud pile. There you go. That's what we need. Obviously this pick is gonna work. Stone pickaxe. It works. Antler pickaxe. It works. You don't need copper pickaxe to work on the scrap piles in this way. So Icathea and Elder is the minimum barrier for entry. If you don't need a proper metal pickaxe to work on iron, this is also a brilliant step forward into getting the stuff sooner. The less stuff we have to mine, the better, and that's going to be it. It's whether or not we can mine all the materials in an hour or less, basically. It's going to be the verdict. There you go. 6 scrap per 1 pile seems like a decent ratio too. We only need 10. So... what do we have that we don't need? That. What do you want that? We don't need that. So... 4 coal, 20 wood, 6 copper, not bronze. So a copper node. We get the forge. That's it. Is that it? 6 copper, no tin, no smelting, except for when we get the iron. Oh, it might just be 10. Hang on. 10 for the workbench, 10 for the forge. So the workbench down here. At the 4 stone, 4 coal, 10 wood, 6 copper, not bronze. And that makes you the forge. Put down the workbench here. That's it. That alone gives you access to iron nails. I think that does bring it back. I've done enough thinking. I'm gonna have to start practically seeing... oh, hang on. Done enough thinking. I think we need to go practically give this a try sometime soon. I do admit it's a high variance run when you do it this way, but I think the payoff would be self-evident. I feel like this mountain changes every single time we see it. That was scary sounding, the mountain that changes every time you see it. Well, back to the ending the stream. Oh my word. Waterworld is a great success. Thank you so much for telling me about the mod name. Fracture Chris gave me the mod, which was Better Continents, which will let me just make a world made of water. Although, I will admit, what was it? Spawn construction, ship construction. There's this really wonderful thing where it spawns in like the framework of a ship. That's how we got the mountains here. We got the mountains here by spawning in ship construction. And apparently this thing will collapse eventually. I'm not sure. It's a real longboat too. Ship construction? I don't know what it's there for. Looks nice. Seems fairly fixed. Exactly what I was trying to make at the Cake World. Drop down here. I had one flop down earlier, but I don't actually... There we go. Oh, the stuff just disappeared. It's like both movable and not movable. It's just very heavy. Good enough spot to leave it, I think. I think that's a good enough spot to leave it. Right. Who are we gonna say hello to? My throat is on fire. I have officially actually reached my hard stop point for streaming. I have spoken too much. I wouldn't shut up for the entire raft run, would I? Hour 13 was the raft one. You know what? Hour 13.39. Twitch not make that into an auto link. I'll be. The Crazy Willy is playing Goose Goose Duck. Verity Players playing Minecraft. Octageisha playing Wife Quest? I don't want to admit I'm kind of scared to find out, but not heard of it before at least. Tuna Pickle on Rust. How long has Tuna Pickle been live? It has been a while since we've raided Tuna. Snook is on Valheim with her own Yellow Fork challenge. JD Plays. Actually, there's... I found... Okay, long story short, I found JD Plays not on YouTube, but with YouTube uploads. They were mirroring their stuff to a different location. And I found them on there as the only person on that website uploading gameplay. I gave them a follow. They're playing Factorio. PS bus block times C block with bus. That is gibberish to me. I don't know what that means. Should we go say hello to... we've got Pedici on Fortnite as well. A couple of people. I feel like we should go say hello to Tuna Pickle. Simply because it's been months since I've raided Tuna Pickle. And that's kind of the vibe I want to end on, because I'm just going to be chilling and relaxing here myself. Let's have a look. Let's get the stream over. He's been live for 4 hours. Does he normally go for much longer than 4 hours? We did that yesterday, actually. We raided out right as the person ended. Alright, if Tuna raids out, it's a good raid anyway, I think. So we're gonna go say hello to Tuna Pickle, because I genuinely haven't said hello to Tuna Pickle in such a long time. I almost feel bad. There's people that I've just not spoken to in so long. On for another 2 hours? Oh, that works out then. Go say hello. If you like the global emotes, we have a global emote raid message. If you, for some reason, have a subscription, we have the animated board in the middle, and if you love that gorgeous face on the outside, you can buy it for 100 channel points and make your own message with whatever emote you prefer in the middle. I personally do absolutely love Stinky Glitch. Is my personal favorite emote out of the whole lot. You could use any of the other ones. All of my emotes that I can sell are 100 channel points each. I don't like the idea of holding them hostage behind a paywall, so all I ask is the equivalent of a follow, or I think an hour's worth of watching. Get you an emote for a day. Which I think is a fair trade, but that's it for me. My throat's on fire, and I'm going to go die in a bed in a couple of minutes. I'm probably, once I stop thinking about maths and numbers, I'll probably just pass out before I know it. So, I don't know when I'm going to be back. Oh lord, audio. I don't know when I'm going to be back. I might be back tomorrow. I might just chill offline with Elder Scrolls, but come Saturday, we should be playing Dead something with Sparkle. Hello, VOD viewers. Welcome in, VOD viewers. I forgot my own raid message, but hello. I'm very tired and my throat actually does hurt a lot, and I am gonna go fall asleep and we're gonna go say hello to Tuna Pickle though. That's... Good night all. Good night, VOD viewers. Good night. Me editing VOD.